Magsiupo na po ang ating mga panauhin. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. This hearing of the Committee on Public Services is hereby resumed. Today's hearing will first center on the committee's unfinished discussion on the Third Telco player in consideration of Senate Resolution number 933 filed by Senators Pangilinan, De Lima, and Senate Resolution 603 filed by Senator De Lima. During our second hearing last November 27, 2018, it was revealed by the Department of Information, Communications and Technology and the National Telecommunications Commission that the Mislatel Consortium, the winning bidder or the new major player in the telco industry, has 90 days within which it should comply with the requirements before the actual award of the frequencies and the grant of its license to operate. The end of the 90-day compliance period, according to the DICT and the NTC, will be in the first week of February this year. At today's hearing, we will be asking for the following updates in relation to the 90-day compliance period. First, the cybersecurity audit of the Mislatel Consortium. Sino ang gumagawa ng audit na ito? Ano ang partisipasyon ng pamahalaan? Ano ang mga potential areas of concerns or risks? Kamusta ang compliance ng Mislatel dito sa ating National Cybersecurity Plan of 2022 na nabanggit ni Secretary Rio noong nakaraang pagdinig? How is the ongoing background check of the National Intelligence and Coordinating Agency, NICA, on the Mislatel Corporation, particularly China Telecom? Please note that there are sectors questioning the integrity of the selection because of the national security aspect. Please update us on this matter that the public should be informed. The detailed and itemized rollout plan of Mislatel. Nangako ang Mislatel na sila ay gagasta ng 150 billion pesos sa unang taon upang magkaroon ng 37% coverage sa buong bansa at mayroon ng kakayanang makapagbigay ng 55 Mbps na internet speed. So bibilis daw ang internet at mas malawak ang magiging serbisyo. Ano ang kanilang mga deliverables at timeline para rito? Mahalaga ito sapagkat noong nakaraang pagdinig ay napag-alaman natin na ang Globe at Smart ay nakaabot ng 70% coverage sa buong bansa pero pagkatapos ng 20 taon. The people want a fast broadband, mabilis na internet. But what can be delivered at the soonest possible time? Kailangan talaga bibilis ang Wi-Fi sa Pilipinas. Lalong-lalo na may mga mungkahi na dapat makapagtrabaho ang ating mga kababayan sa kanilang mga bahay kung papayagan ng kanilang mga employers. The capital infusion or the infusion of the 10 billion into Mislatel. Accordingly, during the last hearing, it is broken down as follows. 35% from Udena, 25% from Chelsea Holdings, and 40% from China Telecom. Nais nating malaman kung kanino talaga manggagaling ang capital infusion at kung paano masisiguro na ang ating gobyerno na ang may totoong kontrol ay mananatili sa Pilipino at hindi sa banyaga. Tatanungin din natin ang Securities and Exchange Commission or SEC kung kamusta na ang mga papeles ng Mislatel na siyang magiging surviving entity corporation na siyang aktwal na tatanggap ng award ng frequencies at license to operate mula sa NTC. Kamusta ang 24 billion na performance bond ng Mislatel? Ngayong araw, umaasa rin po tayo sa presensya ni Ginoong Dennis Uy ng Davao na siyang may-ari ng Udena at Chelsea Holdings. na kasama ng Miss Latel. Tulad po ng isang mapagmatyag na mamamayan, sigurado akong marami po sa atin ang nais siyang makilala, lalong-lalo na siya magmamayari ng pangatlong telco, pinakamalaki sa ating bansa. Noong nakaraang pagdinig, si Senator Trillanes ay nag-motion na imbitahin si Mr. Uy ng Pampanga at Davao. So ngayon, titingnan natin, nandito ba si Mr. Uy ng Pampanga? Wala. Pero nandito si Mr. Uy ng Davao. Na ngayon ay nasa Metro Manila na. Moving on, just recently, after our second hearing, the issue on the Common Towers policy had been put into light. At there seems to be a misunderstanding between the DICT and the Presidential Advisor on Economic Affairs and Information Technology Communications. Kung atin pong matatandaan, sabi po ni Secretary Rio nung nakaraang taon ay mayroon na dapat tayong Common Towers policy o guidelines noong December 2017. Ano po bang nangyari? Importante po itong usapin ng Common Towers dahil nabanggit po ni Secretary Rio noong nakaraang pagdinig na nangangailangan tayo ng higit kumulang 50,000 pang cellular towers or 50,000 cellular towers sa ating bansa. Lastly, through this committee, we would mainly delve into the rollout plan of Ms. Latel. Just to be clear, we are not in any way sweeping under the rug all the complaints, arguments, and observations of the other bidders regarding alleged irregularities and abuse of discretion in the selection process of the Third Telco player. The committee received a substantial number of communications, letters, and information in this regard, and along this line, the committee would like to shed light on the recurring news reports and information claiming that the following personalities allegedly had substantial involvement in the selection process. Sino ba itong sina Ella Blanca Lopez, Teodoro Buenavista Jr., Alvin Bernard Blanco, Samuel Sabile, Andres Castelar Jr., at Cheng Yong. Meron bang isa sa kanila o nandito ba silang lahat ng mga nabanggit ko? Itaas po yung kamay. Maraming salamat. We invited them in today's hearing and basically, please apprise us of your respective roles in the selection process. Kindly tell us your agencies either in the public or private sectors. Ang isa pang interesanting tanong na lumabas kamakailan ay kung ano itong procurement ng CCTV cameras na manggagaling di umano sa China Telecom. Na siya din ang kaparte ng Miss Latel Corporation. Mayroon ba itong kinalaman o makakaapekto ba ito sa rollout plan ng Miss Latel Consortium? To reiterate, this committee will not hesitate to use the full extent of its oversight powers in pursuit of the truth. To uncover the truth and secure the nation are our committee's objectives. The nation deserves no less. Now, the second part of today's public services hearing, will be on the 10 legislative franchise applications and 8 bills creating LTO offices. Number 1, RT Broadcast Specialist Philippines. Next, Ultimate Entertainment Incorporated. TV5 Network Incorporated. Vimcontu Broadcasting Corporation. Suara Sug or Sug Media Corporation. Cadiz Radio and Television Network. Basis Conversion and Development Authority. Solar para sa Bayan Corporation, Magnum Air or Skyjet, Audiovisual Communicators Incorporated. The approved House bills for the establishment of LTO offices, whether regular, district, and licensing offices in various localities, are those for Morong Rizal, City of Parañaque, Tanawan City, Batangas, Ingimba, Nueva Ecija, San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, Infanta, Quezon, Lucena City in Quezon, and Mumbarao Oriental, Mindoro. Occidental Mindoro. My apologies, Congresswoman Cortuna. Thank you for your for correcting that. Napaka-importante po nitong mga LTO offices sapagkat dumadami po ang ating populasyon. Kailangan po ng serbisyo, napakahaba po ng pila, kaya ito po ay wala namang problema sa tingin ko ay ma-aproba kaagad-agad dahil serbisyo po ito. So, with that, let me acknowledge the presence of my colleagues with gratitude. Thank you to our Minority Leader, Senator Franklin Rolon, for your presence today. And of course, ang walang kapaguran, Senator Sonny Trillanes, also the minority. I would also like to acknowledge our counterparts from the House, Congressman Eric Olivares from the 1st District of Parañaque, Congressman Isidro Rodriguez, 2nd District Rizal, my colleague from the Commission on Appointments, Congresswoman Julieta Cortuna, Party List Representative, a teacher, Party List. Gusto lang kita marinig, ma'am. Kaya pa talagang minamali ko yun. Leo Rafael Cueva, 2nd District, Negros Occidental. I would like to ask our guests to please introduce yourselves, beginning, well, we already acknowledged our congressmen and women, so let's begin with you, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson. I'm Johannes Bernabe from the Philippine Competition Commission.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Reluto, representing Management Association of the Philippines.
Good morning, Senator. My name is Helen Makasaet from the Management Association of the Philippines.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Attorney Roy Ibay for PLDT.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Attorney Froilan Costello from Globe Telecom.
Good morning. I'm Attorney Eric Espanyol from Smart Communications.
Good morning. I'm Anne-Catherine Gatula from SEC on behalf of our General Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Adel Tamano, General Counsel for Udena Corporation.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Danny Sui of Udena Corporation.
Good morning, Bayani Lara from the Department of Science and Technology.
Good morning, Madam Senator. I'm Ramon Jacinto, Presidential Advisor for Economic Affairs and Information Technology Communications.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. I'm Attorney Cordova from the National Telecommunications Commission.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. I am Eliseo Rio, Acting Secretary of the ICT.
Good morning. I'm Secretary Hermanes Esperon Jr., National Security Advisor.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Admiral John De Francisco, the J6 from the General Headquarters Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Good morning. I'm Maria Victoria Castro from National Security Council.
You have an opening.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Major Eli Tingson from the National Security Council.
Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Yap, representing NBI Director Dan Tigueran.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Victor Lorenzo of the Cybercrime Division of the NBI.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Renato Garcia from PTNT.
Madam Chair, good morning. My name is Juan Miguel Honorico Lopez. I'm the spokesperson for Now Corporation.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Attorney Ian Baliwag, representing LCS Group of Companies. I'm here respectfully manifesting that Chairman, former Governor Luis Chavit Singson will not be able to attend today's hearing as he is still currently outside of the country in connection with his attendance in the recent boxing event of the Honorable Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao.
And who are you representing again?
I'm representing LCS Group of Companies on behalf of former Governor Singson. He's currently outside
Governor
of the country.
Singson, oh yes, we know where he was, yes.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Engineer Pierre Tito Galia of democracy.net.ph.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, representing FICTAP.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable senators. My name is Julian Payne. I'm president of the Canadian Chamber
representing the joint foreign chambers of commerce, which comprises the American Chamber, Australia-New Zealand Chamber, Canadian Chamber, Japanese Chamber, European Chamber, and Korean Chamber, plus Primary. Thank you for inviting us.
Before we begin, I would like to ask our guests to please stand so that we can administer your oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Thank you. For the record, Madam Chair, those who took their oath answered the affirmative.
Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair, with your permission, in your announcement, you gave an order of the bills to be heard, and we noted that a number of these bills concern the creation of the LTOs offices in various parts of the country. It is for this reason that our colleagues in the House are here. I don't have any questions on the establishment of the LTO. I do not know with my colleague, Senator Trillanes, but if the chair and Senator Trillanes would have no questions, may I propose that insofar as the establishment of the LTO offices are concerned, that the same be deemed submitted for consideration by the plenary, so that our colleagues from the House will be free to leave and will not have to stay for the whole hearing on matters which do not concern the districts. That is my motion, Madam Chair, so that our colleagues from the House will not be bothered and be staying here for the next several hours. So move, Madam Chair.
Yes, I think we will adhere to this particular motion. We definitely thank you for your presence here today, and we will support the creation of an LTO in your districts. Maraming salamat po. Pero pwede kayong manood kung gusto po ninyo, kayo po ay aming panauhin pa rin. Okay. Secretary Rio, pasensya na kayo dito pa rin hanggang mamaya. I would like to ask if there's an update, a presentation that the DICT would like to begin with, or perhaps the NTC. Meron po bang presentation?
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Just an opening, very short statement to give an update to the committee on the new major player as of this date. A little history. Out of the 3 aspirants, Mr. Tech Consortium was declared the provisional new major player on 7 November 2018. My slide is not yet ready. Anyway, after denying the motion for the consideration of Third Telecom Consortium and PTNT, NTC in Bank issued the confirmation order on 19 November. And as per its commitment, Ms. Latel endeavors to deliver 27 megabits of minimum average broadband speed and 55 megabits after 5 years, covering initially 87% of our country on the first year and 84% after 5 years. Next slide, please. Ms. Latel is now undergoing post-qualification, and it is given up to February 17, 2018, to submit all necessary documents for processing before the government, through NTC, will give its certificate of public convenience and necessity, and before the consortium can be given the frequencies it needs to operate as a telco. After that, Madam, the NTC has 15 calendar days to evaluate the submission, and upon written notice, NTC shall require the new major player to submit the performance security. In this case, it's about 25 billion pesos within 15 calendar days. Upon posting and verification of the performance security, then and only then shall NTC issue a CPCN, and that will mark the beginning of year one, where the commitment of Ms. Latel will be recorded. And which is expected to be around March 19 of this year. Next slide, please. There were 4 concerns that the Oversight Committee had when we were undergoing the selection process. And we are glad to tell the body that all 4 of these concerns have been substantially addressed. No? First is more frequencies to be made available to the new major player. This was accomplished by we added in fact 5 megahertz of the 3G frequencies, making in fact the new major player ahead of Globe in terms of these 3G frequencies. And all other frequencies can be shared through a domestic roaming policy, which NTC stated in the last hearing will become this first quarter of this year it will be implementable. So that takes care of the frequency concern, Your Honor. The second concern was less interconnectivity cost for the NMP. In other words, for the subscribers of the new major player to contact and connect to the subscribers of the dominant players, the cost of that connectivity must be lessened. And NTC came up with MC 0507-2018 that will make the interconnection charges, which was then the highest in the ASEAN region, no? 2 pesos and 50 centavos, to now it is one of the lowest. In fact, the lowest in the region of 50 cents. The only country lower than that is Singapore. It is not charging any interconnection charges. And with the law on the portability, that law contains the provision that these interconnection charges will be 0. So we are going to that. The third concern was the use of dark fiber of Transco for backbone. Ms. Latel Consortium has already signed a joint partnership with the National Transmission Corp, or Transco, for the use of their 2,200 dark fiber as the backbone of the new major player last January 2019. So the third major player can now use the backbone of Transco and will not have to make its own. And the fourth, of course, is the establishment of common towers. And despite some issues on the policy for common towers, the ICT proceeded with opening the market for common tower providers, or CTPs, through MOUs. In fact, in the last hearing, we stated that the policy will be implementable before the end of 2018, and we did just that because December 20, the first MOU between DICT and ISOC was signed. No? And ISOC, and right now there are 5 common tower providers that have signed MOUs with us, and they are now going to the different telcos to get business from them. This makes possible, the common tower policy makes possible the entry of $4.4 billion investment for the construction, maintenance, and operation of at least 50,000 common towers in the country, generating hundreds of thousands of jobs. Your Honor, this common tower, the 50,000 to be built, is one of our biggest build program of the DICT. But unlike other programs, DICT does not require any government funds to do this. The foreign investors, local investors will do this because they will earn business from this. There are other slides, but I think I will just forego with this until the right time for it to be presented. That's all, Your Honors.
Chairperson Cordova, kayo po.
Yes, Madam. Madam Chairman, we're going to present a PowerPoint presentation on the documentary requirements that have to be submitted by the Mislatel Consortium, Mislatel Telco, for the issuance of its Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. Okay. Next slide, please. Your Honors, these are the documents to be submitted for the processing of the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity for Mislatel. Next slide. Based on Section 10.1 of the Terms of Reference for the bidding of the third major player, Mislatel has to submit the following. Number one, PCC approval of bidding agreement implementation. Based on an omnibus one statement and undertaking, which was terms of which was given to us by the PCC, Mislatel signed and submitted this undertaking as part of their bidding documents. And based on that, PCC issued Commission Resolution number 27-2018, exempting the new major player from the mandatory merger notification and review requirement under Section 17 of RA 10667, otherwise known as the Philippine Competition Act. Number two, Your Honor, SEC clearance finding the terms of the bidding agreement compliant with the foreign equity ownership. Your Honors, the SEC issued the SEC OGC opinion number 18-24, dated December 20, 2018, and found the proposed equity structure in the submitted bidding agreement to be compliant with existing foreign ownership limitations. We can submit a copy of that, Your Honor, and maybe we can ask the SEC to verify the said document. A letter C, congressional approval for the transfer, sale, or assignment of the controlling interest of Mindanao Islamic Telecom Company Incorporated. The House of Representatives Franchise Committee and the plenary has adopted this last December 12, and we obtained a copy from the House of Representatives, and they have already sent a copy to the Senate last December 18, Your Honors. The business plan, they have until February 17 to submit the business plan. They are now also in the process of authenticating and consolidation of foreign documents. They have until Feb 17 to submit the same. And the rural plan also, Your Honors, they have until Feb 17 to submit the same. And Section 11, another thing that they have to submit would be the performance security. As mentioned by Secretary Rio earlier, if they have already submitted all the requirements and after evaluation, the NTC finds that everything is in order, we will require Mislatel to post the performance security, which is 10% of the capital expenditure that they have bidded out. So that they have bidded, so that will be around 25 billion. Now, Your Honors, there have been several cases that have been filed in relation to this bidding. So we would like to update the Honorable Committee on these cases. There was a case filed before the Supreme Court asking for a temporary restraining order injunction on the bidding, but the Supreme Court did not issue any injunction or TRO, but asked the parties to submit their comments on this case. So the NTC to the Office of the Solgen will file our comment on February 25, which is the day stated in the resolution of the Supreme Court. Another case, Your Honor, is the case filed by PTNT versus NTC and the other parties. A petition for certiorari. The NTC, through the Office of the Solgen, has already filed its comment on January 20, 2019. If the committee would like a copy of our comment, we will get a copy from the Office of the Solicitor General, as they have just filed their comment last January 20. Another case filed is Now Telecom versus Judge Topacio of RTC Manila. The Now Telecom brought the case to the Court of Appeals from the RTC that denied their petition for their prayer for a TRO and an injunction, so they brought it to the Court of Appeals. So the OSG filed a motion for extension to file our comment, but we will be filing that, Your Honors. And then the last one is the Now Telecom case versus NTC. Before the bidding, Your Honors, Now Telecom filed a case in RTC Manila to praying for an TRO and an injunction, but the court did not issue the injunction. And now, since the case is already moot in academic, the NTC through the Solgen filed a motion to dismiss. So we're still awaiting the decision of that RTC, Your Honor. So far, Your Honor, that's the updates on the bidding. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to hear now, I think, the update for our national security concern. So if I could have a brief statement from General Esperon regarding this. What is your role with regards to securing our nation's security, sir? Especially when it comes to this particular issue.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. As a member of the Oversight Committee, we are four in the committee. I was involved in the formulation of the document that would become the NTC Memorandum Circular number 0909-2018, which is the rules and regulations on the selection process for the new major player in the Philippine telecommunications market. During the crafting of the Memorandum Circular, we made it a point in the National Security Council that our primary parameters should not only be on the financial capability of the company that will come in, but more importantly, the internet speed as well as the population coverage. That is not to say, though, that the financial capability is not important. We made a distribution of points to the internet speed, to the population coverage, and to the financial capability. And indeed, we came up with what we call the highest committed level of service, or HCLOS model, to be used for selecting the NMP. Being the National Security Advisor, it is my responsibility to ensure that the NMP will not pose a national security risk. This is aligned with the national security policy and national security strategy. Cybersecurity, which the NMP will have to deal with, since it will provide internet connection to its subscribers, is part of the 12-point national security agenda. Promoting a safe and secure cyberspace is part of the functions of national security, which the NSC is responsible for. That is why the Oversight Committee included a clause stating that the NMP's networks and facilities should not compromise national security, and this is found in Section 10.1F4 of the memo circular. As planned under the selection procedure, the NMP is obliged to submit this assurance as part of its requirements. As to the background of the companies that will participate, in the Third Telco. We have asked the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency to conduct a background check on the 4 companies that will comprise the Third Telco, Mislatel Group. The report will be submitted within the month. We are aware of the risks of any telco that can come in, as there are such things as capabilities to geolocate all subscribers, meaning the company can locate you if you have your phone, as is what is happening now, whether you are with Smart or Globe. It is also manifested in such applications as Waze. They know where you are if you subscribe to such applications. There is also the risk of the transfer of data from the Philippines to a third location or to another country. There is also the risk of changing the protocol that is present in our telecommunications right now, which they call the SS7 protocol. And there is also the possibility of affecting our Philippine law enforcement and intelligence authorized interception capabilities. But we are now in the 2G frequencies. The Third Telco will not be awarded any 2G frequencies. Aware of these risks, we will see to it that appropriate measures will be inputted in the final awarding of the telco post-qualification. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Secretary Esperon, what particular measures are you proposing to ensure our security? You said that appropriate measures will be done, but give me an example, if you can reveal that.
It's largely technical. That's why we have the cyber. We have the implementing agency or the supervising agencies in the personalities of NTC and the ICT, and it has something to do with cyber.
Cybersecurity intelligence platform.
It has something to do with our cybersecurity intelligence platform, which is now being implemented.
Pero di ba sinabi din ninyo na you will complete the background check, iimbestigahan pa ninyo yung background ng kumpanya, so hindi pa tapos?
Yes, but these are listed companies, and so we do not want to make any comments on that yet because it has not been completed. But the sources are open sources, mostly SEC, PhilHealth, and mostly open sources. So they will all be there to be submitted to NTC.
All right.
At the appropriate time.
We would like to ask for a copy of your findings when you have completed the vetting process, sir.
We will do that.
Okay, thank you, General Esperon.
Thank you.
I would like to ask now Mr. Dennis Uy if you have any opening statements, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please allow me to read my opening statement and updates on the Third Telco. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of this honorable committee. Salamat po sa imbitasyon sa akin bilang isang resource person sa pagdinig ng committee ukol sa issues on the Third Telco. Una po sa lahat, humihingi po ako ng paumanhin na hindi ako naka-attend sa last hearing dahil out of town po ako attending an official event. Nandito po ako ngayon together with our General Counsel, Attorney Adelta Mano, and General Rodolfo Santiago, head of our technical team of Mislatel, para makapagbigay ng informasyon, technical and legal matters which are among the concerns of the Honorable Committee, specifically sa national and cybersecurity issues para sa kaalaman at kapakanan ng publiko. On General Santiago, he has more than 38 years of military experience and training, specializing in military communications, security, intelligence, particularly technical intelligence. Your Honors, matagal na tayong naghintay para sa isang world-class and affordable telecommunications provider, kung kaya't lubos naming naunawaan kung bakit ito ay sinusuri ng mabuti ng kagalang-galang na komite. I am the chairman and officer of various publicly listed companies, and as evidenced by my track record as a businessman of over 20 years, I have fully complied with the PSC's very stringent standards on public disclosure. My companies operate on the highest standards of accountability, and this is something that we humbly assure this honorable committee. Ms. Latel went through the process of preparing for the bid for almost a year. Kami po ay dumaan ng butas ng karayom hanggat mapili po kami ng National Telecommunications Commission bilang new major player sa telecom sector. Maasahan po ninyo na tulad ng aming nakasanayan sa private sector, kami po ay magpapaliwanag ng buong katapatan at kalinawan. Bilang nagmamayari ng dalawang publicly listed companies, hindi bago sa akin ang konsepto ng public disclosure and good governance. Allow me to say that I support the aim of this committee to protect our national security and ensure strict compliance with all laws. We want to assure the committee and the public na walang nilabag na kahit anong rules ang Ms. Latel at gagawin namin ang lahat para protektahan ang interes at seguridad ng Pilipinas. Dagdag pa dito, panahon nang ibigay natin ang matagal nang hinihingi sa atin ng mga kababayan, isang mura, mabilis at mahusay na alternatibo na tinatawag nating duopoly sa telekomunikasyon. Humility aside, we just don't want to be just the third telco. We want to be the best telco, a telco that is fast, affordable, and most importantly, secure. Kung may isang bagay po akong kayang panghawakan, ang proyekteng ito ay dumaan sa pinakamaigpit na pagsusuri na kahit ano ako po bilang isang negosyante ni minsan ay hindi pinagdaanan. Aminin ko po na marami akong kaibigan at advisors, even my family, na nagsasabi na wag na po ako pumasok sa telecommunications dahil napakaraming sakripisyo ang kailangan bago kami makaramdam ng kahit konting kita. Ngunit pinili kong magpursige dahil naniniwala ako na kailangan ito para sa mabilis na pag-unlad ng Pilipinas. Marami rin po kaming mga batikos na narinig, mga bintang na walang batayan, ngunit hindi kami mawalan ng loob dahil alam namin na wala kaming nilabag na batas. Dumaan kami sa tama at mahabang proseso at higit sa lahat, malinis ang aming pangalan kahit anumang industriya o negosyo na aming pinasukan. Ang hiling namin sa komite, sa mga stakeholders sa industriya, sa publiko, magtulungan tayo. Let's work together to achieve a world-class telecommunications to empower Filipinos and build the nation. Finally, as an update, Madam Chairperson, I am honored to personally submit to this committee an advanced copy of Ms. Latel's rollout plan containing the cybersecurity plan that details how we intend to achieve our commitments and protect national security. Muli, maraming salamat po.
If Your Honors, please, may Mr. Uy submit the advance copy to Your Honors?
Yes, we will appreciate a copy of that from Ms. Latel. Thank you for your opening statement, Mr. Uy. Are you also going to present?
No, Your Honors. We'd like to physically
Just
provide it.
okay.
Yeah,
Please go. Oh, you can just ask the secretary. Give it to. Thank you. Perhaps we can hear from Mr. Santiago. Bigyan mo kami ng kahit na maikling paliwanag tungkol sa inyong rollout plan, lalong kasama na yung seguridad ng ating bansa.
Madam Chair, magandang umaga po. Tututok po ako doon sa National Cybersecurity Plan na bahagi po ng aming rollout plan. At katulad po ng ibang mga malalaking telecommunications company, 4 po ang pillars upang ang seguridad ng aming network ay ma-assure. And this would include network security, the operations and maintenance security, the individual private data security, at ang kahuli-hulihan po ay ang emergency response dahil sa amin pong belief, wala pong anumang security na hindi kayang pasukin ng kahit sino. Ibig pong sabihin, there is no impenetrable barrier. And that's why, kung mangyari po ito, mayroon po kaming pillar that would address whatever intrusion, whatever threat our network would suffer and react accordingly. Maraming pong salamat.
Siguro ang paliwanag na napaka-technical ay maaari namang isumite na lang sa amin sapagkat syempre ang pagpapatibay ng seguridad natin ay maraming mga iba't ibang bagay na dapat gawin, di ba? May mga eksperto naman siguro dyan kasama ninyo na tutulong sa inyo.
Opo, Madam Chair. At for the information of the committee po, I have been collaborating with the government agencies na nag-a-assure na kailangan ang national security at national interest po ay maprotektahan natin. I've been in close coordination with the ICT, NTC, the NSA, and even the Armed Forces of the Philippines upang sa tulong po nila ay ma-assure namin na hindi magiging sagabal o balakid ang Third Telco sa ating national security.
Maraming salamat. Gaya nga na nabanggit ni Mr. Uy, talagang kailangan natin ng mas mabilis at mas magaling na serbisyo sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat doon sa mga namumuhunan dito sa atin. Pero syempre, kagaya nga ng napaka-importanting bagay na ito'y ating binubusisi para walang sisihan sa dulo na hindi natin ginampanan ang ating trabaho. So, the Chair would like to acknowledge Senator Drilon now for his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is the first time that I'm attending this committee hearing. I understand this is the third one. I'll ask some basic questions which, if already answered in the previous hearings, I would appreciate the Chair just advising me, and we can just ask the technical staff what were the responses to these questions. As I said, I'll ask certain basic questions, principally as a lawyer and as a legislator. All these technical things sound so Greek to me, so I will not go into that. But just certain basic data that I wish. Who can respond for Mindanao Islamic Telephone Company or Ms. Latel? Who can answer questions for the company, Madam Chair?
I think we have, Mr. Uy, Attorney Tamano, and General Santiago.
Okay, yes. When was Ms. Latel or Ms. Latel incorporated?
If Your Honor, please, Mr. Nick Escalante, who is the original owner of Ms. Latel, is here. In regard questions on earlier ownership, he may be the proper person to answer that,
yes.
Your Honors.
So, anyone, that's why I was asking who can respond for Ms. Latel. So, who can respond for Ms. Latel?
Mr. Nick Escalante, Your Honors. He was also given an invitation by this honorable committee.
Okay. Mr. Escalante. Are you an incorporator in the original corporation when the Ms. Latel was incorporated? Are you? I don't see your name.
Good morning, Your Honors. Yeah, to answer the question, I am not an incorporator, Your Honor.
You are not there. So who, okay. But you are presently...
I am a present stockholder of Ms. Latel, Your Honor.
You are a present stockholder of Ms. Latel. You are Mr. Nicanor Escalante?
That's my name, Your Honor.
Yeah. And if my records are correct, can you confirm that you own about 11.67% of Ms. Latel?
Yes, Your Honor.
When did you acquire these shares? My record shows that you acquired, that you have something like 5,834,334 shares. When did you acquire the shares?
If my recollection is correct, Your Honor, it was sometime 2015.
2015. Okay. What about Mr. Danilo Cortez? He also invested about 5.8 million pesos, just rounded off. That's also about 11.67%. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We came into Ms. Latel together.
So 2015 also.
2015, Your Honor.
And Mr. Toquero? What's your first? Oh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Also 11.67%.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is also in 2015?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who is, and then there's another corporation here, CTE Vector Holdings, also 35%. Who is this?
That company, Your Honor, is owned wholly by the three of us, the names you mentioned, Your Honor.
CTE.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
This is, CTE is Cortez
Toquero Escalante.
And you purchased 35%.
Yes, Your Honor.
Also in 2015.
Correct, Your Honor.
So, okay. So the three of you, yourself, Danilo Ortez, and Mr. Toquero, acquired about, my calculation, 70% of Ms. Latel.
Yes, Your Honor.
We
were invited by the then incumbent owners to join them and participate in the operation of the company.
So the incumbent owners had only 30% left after you came in?
Something like that, Your Honor.
More or less, yeah, because you're court chef. So you have full control now of Ms. Latel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Starting 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, have you secured congressional approval of this transfer of control from the existing stockholders to you, to your group?
We did not, Your Honor.
You did not secure congressional approval?
No.
You did not secure, and up to this date, as we are talking, you have not secured any congressional approval?
No, Your Honor, on the ground that we were just entering as additional shareholders.
That's right. Because you're just entering as additional stockholders, you did not feel that you should secure congressional approval. Is that correct? Is that your opinion?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are aware of Section 15 of the franchise of Ms. Latel?
I'm not, very familiar with that, Your Honor.
Let me read it to you for the record. Section 15 of the franchise of Ms. Latel reads, Section 15, sale, lease, transfer, use of rack, etc. The grantee, which is Ms. Latel, shall not lease, transfer, grant the use of rack, sell, nor assign any of these franchise or the rights or privileges acquired thereunder to any person, firm, company, corporation, or other commercial or legal entity, nor merge with any corporation or entity, nor shall the controlling interest of the grantee be transferred, whether as a whole or in part, and whether simultaneously or contemporaneously, to any person, firm, company, corporation, or entity without the prior approval of the Congress of the Philippines. Any person or entity to which this franchise is sold, transferred, or assigned shall be subject to the same conditions, its limitations, terms, restrictions, and limitations of this Act. So, were you aware of this?
We seek legal opinion from a lawyer, and he said since we were not acquiring the then existing shares of the incumbent shareholders, we were allowed to do that, Your Honor.
I see. May we know who your counsel is? If that is not confidential?
Well, I don't remember his name right now, Your Honor.
This is only recently. This is 2015, barely 3 years ago. So we are wondering, because we want to test the theory of this lawyer. It is very clear, and you need not be a lawyer to understand that when you transfer controlling interest of the franchise holder, of the grantee, you must secure the approval of Congress. And let me tell you why. When a franchise is issued, Congress would look at the qualifications of the stockholders or the controlling interest. That's basic. In other words, this is a privilege, and therefore we must look at the background of the grantee and the stockholders to determine that the privilege granted by the state can be exercised correctly and faithfully. That is why, when the franchise is granted, we go through hearings like this and examine the prospective grantee. That same reasoning will apply when the control is transferred to another entity. And that is why clearly under Section 15 of the franchise granted to Ms. Latel, you are supposed to have secured the prior approval of Congress. This was done in this, you acquired 70% of Ms. Latel. That means a supermajority. You can, with 66 and 2/3 control of the corporation, you can do everything. Sell the assets, everything. Now, you are now in control of the Ms. Latel. The Congress had no opportunity to examine your capability, sir, to exercise the rights under this franchise. That is why the Section 15 is the reason why we are having this kind of hearings, to determine the capability of the franchise holder. This is a serious issue. Stop laughing at smiling. This is a serious issue.
I'm sorry,
and
sir.
You look as if you are taking this for granted. Huwag niyo po kung hingitian lang at nasa seryoso po itong usapang ito.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Ha? Nakaka-insulto po kayo. So, again, I repeat. What do you think? So, Madam Chair, it turns out that the control of Ms. Latel was 70% was controlled or was transferred to the group of Mr. Escalante without appropriate congressional approval. And under the very terms of the franchise, the transfer of this control is void because of the lack of congressional approval.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
let me also ask the background of Mr. Escalante. Sinasabi po ninyo na hindi kayo masyadong, na kayo ay pinayuhan ng inyong abogado na hindi kayo kailangan dumaan sa Kongreso. Bago po yan, ano po ba ang kabuhayan ninyo? Dati po ay meron kayong concessionaire kayo dito sa Senado dati, no? Ng catering?
Yung anak ko po yon.
Yung anak, hindi, pero,
Catering?
opo. Anak nyo, hindi kayo? Pero
Hindi.
kilala po kayo ng mga nagtatrabaho dito.
Namamasyal lang po doon.
Okay, so, hindi kayo nakapagtanong sa amin.
No, that
Nag-apply
was-
kayo ng prangkisa.
No, that was 2017, I think, Your Honor.
So, nag-apply po kayo ng prangkisa para magkaroon nga kayo nitong kapabilidad na ng telco. Pero ano pong background ninyo? Bakit po kayo nag-apply at naging operational po ba kayo?
Unang-una, Your Honor, when we acquired Miss Little 2015 up to now, there was no actual operation of the company.
But your franchise was granted to you what year? Yung sa inyo?
Well-
Ano nga pangalan ng kumpanya ninyo bago Miss...
Hindi ho. Ang nangyari, we did not acquire the company. We just came in as additional shareholders.
No, your
to the
franchise, sir. Your
You see, you are controlling, you acquired 70% of Miss Latel.
No, we came in individually, Your Honor.
Yes, all right. You have your joint venture, the three of you controls 30%, or 35%. And then you control in your personal capacity 11%. And your two other partners control 22%, or a total of 70%. How do you now justify to us this patent violation of your franchise? You know, we have through this committee, a number of franchises controlling interests were transferred, and we had to approve it. There are a number of corporations who came to us. By the way, what is your background here? This is the problem. You acquired controlling interest on a corporation, granted the privilege of a franchise. That is why we must know the background of the stockholders. That is why, as a standard provision in all the franchises granted by this committee, is the requirement that the front transfer must be approved by Congress, because we want to inquire into the background of the person given this privilege. And here we had no opportunity to examine this because you did not come to us to seek out approval, or I mean, we say in Congress. So the chair asked you whether you have connection with our catering services here in the Senate, and you said the catering services here is part of is your family business or something?
Yeah, it was my daughter and wife, Your Honor.
So it is your family business?
In a way, but I was not formally
Yes,
part of
that's
the
why you said your family. Hindi po ba?
Yes.
So your family is involved in the catering business here in the Senate?
That was about 2 years ago, Your Honor. They are not here anymore.
Yes, 2 years ago. But 2 years prior to that, you acquired majority control of Miss Latel.
Yes, Your Honor.
And how much was the investment?
Around 5 million, Your Honor, as you mentioned earlier.
Are you sure? How much? 5 million? Yes, okay, yours is 5.8 million rounded off. Mr. Cortez had 5.8 million rounded off. Mr. Toquero had 5.8 million rounded off. And your joint venture, CTE Vector Holdings, at 17.5 million. So it's not 5 million. Huh? Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but this resource person has not been placed under oath. That's why he's taking liberties with his answers.
Oh, that's right. I don't think, he wasn't here yet when we administered.
Have you taken your oath?
Took my oath during the last hearing,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were
So,
anyway.
how much was your investment? At least you and your partner, so acquired 70%. Is it about 35 billion?
Sir, ba't hindi po ninyo matandaan yung investment ninyo? Napaka-importante po nun. At hindi po maliit na halaga.
Out of a total, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at raw data here. Out of a total amount of subscription of 50 million, you had 35 million.
32 million, Your Honor.
32 billion. So that's clearly almost 70%. Is that correct?
I think so, Your Honor.
So you have full control of Ms. Latel right now?
Well, in the existing board, there are 3 of us, 2 from the original incorporators or shareholders, Your Honor.
So there are 5 members of the board of directors?
As it is right now, Your Honor.
As it is right now. And 2 are from the original?
Yes, Your Honor.
And 3 from your group?
Yes, but yeah, that's correct, Your Honor.
Which means that precisely, although they were saying from the very start, you control about 70%, or a little less than 70%. That is why you have 3 members of the board of Ms. Latel.
Well, it's not absolute control, Your Honor. 3,
Never mind.
yeah.
Okay, so whether or not absolute control or less than absolute control, you have control. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you did not seek congressional approval for acquiring control, contrary to the franchise stipulation of Ms. Latel.
Yes, Your Honor.
When was your last board meeting of Ms. Latel?
I think that was before the bidding for the third telco, Your Honor.
So when was that, approximately?
That was, I think, late October, Your Honor.
Late October of
2018.
18. And after that, you did not meet anymore?
No further meeting after that, Your Honor.
Under your bylaws, how regular should your meetings be?
The annual meeting is, of course, just once, and
That is a stockholders meeting. I'm talking
Yes.
about the board of directors.
the board only when there is a necessity to meet, Your Honor.
Yeah. Only when necessary.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in 2018, you met once only, to your recollection?
I think once or 2 times, Your Honor.
Once or 2 times. So, Ms. Latel is basically a paper corporation. You are not in operation.
We are not in operation, Your Honor, but we were in the process of applying for a provisional authority for a nationwide broadband.
I see.
And in addition, we were already able to
So
acquire...
you are not in operation?
No operation yet.
You are not in operation. You... Under the franchise of Ms. Latel, you are supposed to commence operating within 1 year from the approval of Ms. Latel. Do you recall that?
1998, I believe, was when you first acquired the franchise.
So Ms. Latel was incorporated on was granted the franchise on April 19, 1998, so that within 1 year, you must commence operations. That's the provision of the Ms. Latel's franchise.
Of course, I was not yet in the company, Your Honors,
Yes.
but our records show that sometime 2001, Ms. Latel was issued a provisional authority for a local exchange in Parang, Maguindanao.
Okay. So have you gotten a certificate of public convenience and necessity?
Just a PA, Your Honor.
Huh?
Provisional authority, Your Honor.
Not CPCN.
No, Your
You have
Honor.
no CPCN. Huh?
No, Your Honor.
So, you have not operated continuously or commenced operations within 3 years, as required by your franchise, within 3 years from the approval of your franchise.
No,
not to your
but
knowledge, because you were not there.
yeah, but the company was ready to roll out in Parang, Maguindanao in 2003, according to our records. But the peace and order situation in that area, in Parang, Maguindanao, did not allow the company to operate, Your
I
Honor.
see. So really, because of the peace and order situation, you were not able to operate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Unfortunate, but you could have operated somewhere else. The franchise would allow you to have done that.
I think so, Your Honor. Yeah.
Yes. You would have operated somewhere else, but you did not operate.
They did not operate somewhere else, Your Honor. They simply...
Under Section 7 of the franchise granted to you, the franchise is deemed ipso facto revoked if you fail to comply with these conditions. Do you realize that?
Yeah, that's what it says in the provision, Your Honor.
So, if it is so, you would agree with me that the franchise of Ms. Latel is deemed revoked for your failure to comply with the conditions imposed on the franchise.
I think when Ms. Latel was given the opportunity to explain to NTC, they gave the justification for the non-operation on the peace and order problem, which to them was a force majeure, Your Honor.
But your franchise would have allowed you to operate somewhere else, and the explanation should be done to Congress, not anywhere else, because it is Congress who granted you the franchise. In any case, it is clear that you have not started operations.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I submit that to the committee chair for its consideration, because a valid franchise is a requirement under the NTC guidelines. That's a qualification imposed by the NTC. And here you have a situation where there is no existing franchise anymore because of the violations of the grantee of the conditions imposed in the franchise. So this is because they did not operate the franchise in violation of the terms of the franchise, and there was no congressional approval or the transfer of the controlling interest. This is a question which must be resolved because under the NTC guidelines, a valid franchise is a requisite. There is no valid franchise in the view of this representation. So that must be considered, and we hope that the NTC can, or the NTC can respond to that legal situation. For the meantime, so. But this, we strongly submit that this matter be resolved because this is basic. This is very basic. We are following the guidelines of the NTC, which says that there must be a valid and existing franchise, and it is very clear that Ms. Lattel's franchise, at the very least, is of doubtful validity as we talk today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the observation of our minority leader and in fact shares also certain concerns about that, because I think that the reason they were able to reach this point, Senator Drilon, is because of the interpretation of the lower house that they may have violated, but it's for the courts to decide if they are, if their franchise is still valid or not, which I think this representation strongly disagrees with, and we need to be able to clarify the law and make it clear, at least for future franchises, that the decision must really come from the legislative branch with regards to franchises.
Madam Chair, I agree with the interpretation of the chair. The one who determines whether the franchise is being complied with is the one who granted the franchise, in this case, Congress. It is not for the court to determine, it is not only the court who will determine, but since these are the conditions of the franchise that we granted, we can always pass a resolution which says that the franchise is hereby revoked. This is a privilege granted, and therefore the privilege can be revoked by the one who granted that privilege, in this case, Congress. That does not deprive the court of the jurisdiction, but to review the franchise, as may be stated by the House, but there is nothing that will prevent us from revoking the franchise or by the terms of the franchise. It is ipso facto void, meaning you even don't need any action because it is ipso facto revoked by the wording of the franchise. If it's ipso facto revoked, that means you don't need any action. It is just revoked. So this is an issue which must be resolved, Madam Chair.
Before I give the floor to Senator Trillanes, I see Secretary Rio raising his hand. Do you have a
Yes, Madam, just to
quick
be
comment?
clear, the terms of reference especially look into this issue, no? And basically, what we did was these are all going to be part of the post-qualification. Because if we put this in the pre-qualification, imagine, Madam Chair, if we have to require all those who would like to enter the bidding, okay, get all the necessary requirements for coming up with your organization. Then if they lose, what will they do with all those organizations? So in fact, we said, if you win, you will have to undergo a post-qualification process, which includes precisely what is being taken up now.
Paano yan, Secretary Rio, kung nagdesisyon ng Kongreso na revoke yung franchise, disqualified sila, umpisa na naman tayo?
That's true, Madam. That's indeed terms of reference. If you do not pass the post-qualification, you will not be given any CPC.
With all due respect to Secretary Rio, if you do not have the qualification, you cannot participate. That is a pre-qualification requirement, a valid franchise. This is not a post-qualification requirement. Here in this case, it would appear that they transferred control 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Up to this time, there is not even an attempt to secure congressional approval, And under the terms of the franchise is ipso facto revoked. So, to me, it is not a post-qualification. It's a pre-qualification requirement.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, we did some due diligence before to get the qualification, the list, because it simply states that you must have a valid franchise, no? And all of those who participated made presentation that they have a valid franchise, and we did also some checking.
Now, with the facts now coming out, that apparently that it's clear that they failed to secure congressional approval in the transfer of control, and they have not operated. Would this affect the qualification of Ms. Latel?
It's precisely, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
We have protected the government by not giving out anything for them to perform as a telco until they pass all requirements.
A pre-qualification, a pre-bidding requirement must that the bidder must have the qualification. And the qualification is that a congressional franchise holder. In this particular case, there is a question as to the validity of the franchise for two very basic violations.
If I may explain, Your Honor.
Yes,
we
please.
were under time pressure to come up with a third telco. So what we did was, you have to take the risk, no, in the post-qualification.
I am sorry, but that time pressure is not a justification for violating your own guidelines, and you didn't, and this was not even brought up, you know. So anyway, I'm submitting this as for the consideration of the committee, Madam Chair.
Secretary Riosi, I understand. I understand the pressures of work. On the other hand, if we don't do our work accordingly or properly, it causes undue delay also. I mean, I'd like this to succeed because gusto ko talaga na magkaroon ng mas magandang serbisyo ang ating mga kababayan. Kung pinapangako na nila yan at may kapital sila, bakit naman hindi? Kaya lamang, hindi na naman natin pwedeng baliwalain ang batas natin. So, yun ang magiging problema natin kung hindi natin inayos ang ating proseso. Attorney Tamara, and then Senator Trillanes.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Just very briefly, and this is in no way disagreeing with the Honorable Senator Drilon, but perhaps we can submit also for the consideration of this Honorable Committee a decision by the Supreme Court, specifically in the case of PLDT versus NTC, GR number 88404. If you take a look at that case, Your Honors, please, and we will submit a copy of this decision. It is almost in all fours with the current situation of Ms. Latel, Your Honors. A question was raised at that time by PLDT in regard the franchise of ETCI, and they were claiming similarly that they did not comply with the franchise requirements, etc. The Supreme Court made a very simple decision here, Your Honors, please, that since a franchise is a property right, there is a due process requirement for it to be revoked, and a direct action for quo warranto is the proper action to take. So until such direct action is undertaken by the state, collateral attacks on a franchise are not permitted. We will submit this case to the Honorable Committee for your considerations, Your Honors. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I will not debate with my good friend Attorney Tamano, but we will await that submission. But just one point: a franchise is a privilege. The privilege has conditions. Among the conditions is that you must operate within 1 year and operate continuously. Number 2, you must seek the approval of Congress where you cede control. Those are the terms of the privilege. That is why when you violate these conditions, the privilege, which is in the form of the franchise, is ipso facto revoked. As I said, we will not bore our audience with a debate on the legal matter, but we will eagerly await your submission, Attorney Tamano. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think, Senator Dillon, you being a lawyer, shouldn't they have also offered to the public ownership through a stock offering? Isn't that part also of the requirement for a franchise? And I don't think they've done so when they first have their franchise.
There is a dispersal requirement. Under Section 16, if I'm not mistaken, in accordance with constitutional provisions to encourage public participation in public utilities, the grantee shall offer at least 30% of its outstanding capital stock or a higher percentage as we provided by law in any securities exchange in the Philippines within 5 years from the commencement of its operations. You're correct, Madam Chair.
Yes, I believe they didn't comply with that requirement within that 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. So this is something that they also need to submit to the body.
So we will eagerly await the submission of Ms. Latel on this. Is Attorney Tamano also the counsel of Ms. Latel?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm the general counsel.
You are not the one who rendered that opinion?
No. That was not
because I would have been disappointed if you rendered
Your
that
Honor.
opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Senator Trillanes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the point that Senator Dillon was pursuing, in addition to the violations of Section 7, Section 15, and Section 16, yung sinasabi nila na may case decided on by the Supreme Court, pero yung NTC, the government entity that's supposed to implement the law, dapat on its face, hindi na nakalusot sa pre-qualification. Then, yung sinasabi ni Atty. Tamano na decision ng Supreme Court, ihabol nyo yan sa korte. It's not assumed. Dahil dito, as we can see, no October 2018, 10 franchise holders ang bumili ng bidding documents. So kung mawala man yung Ms. Latel, you still have 9. And yet dito, nung the day na nag-bidding, hinigpitan nyo yung dalawang kakompetensya ng Ms. Latel. You were so liberal in allowing Ms. Latel to join despite all the violations cited by Senator Dillon, and yet dito, sa bidding itself, hinigpitan nyo. Anyway, yan yung unang himala dito sa proseso na to, and mapapaliwanagan ang mga kababayan natin as we go along kung bakit nga pinapalusot itong Ms. Latel na ito. Now, Madam Chair, I'll go to Mr. Dennis Uy. Kailan mo, or do you have any background on managing a telecom company? Professionally po, no po. No, okay. I'm a businessman, so I can yes. also learn in due time.
So, kailan mo naisip mag-engage dito sa telecom business na ito?
I think sometime late last year when
last year.
November when the
Okay.
President announced it.
So, nagko-coincide dun sa time na nag-aanap
No, 2017 po.
2017. Okay.
2019.
So, itong pag-acquire mo ng Miss Latel, kailan ito nangyari?
We did not acquire it because we need the approval, no? But we've been talking since 2018.
So, what is your personality here right now?
The binding, we're the owner of the binding bidding document, the winning bidder for the NMP po.
So, wala kang, unless the sale is approved by Congress, wala kang personality dito, so mawawala rin yung, so you're representing Udena, or
Yes.
what's that?
Yes po.
So you're here as what?
I'm here as I was invited by the Honorable Senator Grace po, and
No,
I'm
no, no.
represented the Udena Corp po.
No, but when the chairman was asking who will represent Ms. Latel, you were saying that you were representing Ms. Latel.
Yes, because after the approval of the change of franchise, we will be the one who control Ms.
No, no, but that has yet to happen. So you don't have any personality here. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just representing a corporation as a consortium partner.
Consortium partner of Ms. Latel.
Yes, po.
But is there any congressional approval for that
I guess
acquisition?
that's why we're all here.
So that's the point. Ngayon, nakita nyo, Secretary Rio, Sir, napaka-komplikado ng sitwasyon ng Ms. Latel. And there are other bidders. But how come doon sila tinutuloy? Remember, yung bang Ms. Latel, nag-operate sila even for a day as a telecom company? Kasi nag-aspire kayo. I heard your speech earlier, Mr. Uy, that you're aspiring to be the best telco. And sabi mo, wala kang experience, and Ms. Latel itself, the company that you're acquiring, walang experience. At least in the Philippine setting. So, paano ngayon yun? Kumaga, it doesn't connect, Secretary Rio. And ito nga, so anyway, wala ka pang personality. Ngayon, before approaching Ms. Latel, did you approach any other telco to be a platform for this, or before you entered into this bidding?
We have options po. For the NTC, they have accredited over 30 franchises valid to be eligible to be part of the bidding process.
So,
and being from Mindanao and being Attorney Tangano, part of Islam, we were able to, well, Ms. Latel and us were able to strike an agreement that we join forces and bid for it. On the matter of no experience po, I think our partners have the technical experience, China Telecom, to be able to deliver the promises. I think all businesses po, as a businessman, I think we are well, capable in due time to be able to learn and compete in the telco. Hindi naman ibig sabihin kung wala tayong experience, hindi tayo pwede makalaban sa isang sektor. Napaka-unfair naman po kung sasabihin
Naintindihan
hindi
ko yun.
kaya yun.
Naintindihan ko po yun, but this is a highly technical field. Hindi pwedeng a group of businessmen lang will just suddenly aspire to be that third telco without any background at all. Now, you partnered with a local company that has a franchise which never operated even for a single day as a telco.
Yeah.
So, wala rin experience yon. Ngayon, ang dinadrive ko ito, naghahanap ka, before ng Ms. Latel, meron kang nilapitan na ibang company. Anong company pa yung mga nilapitan mo?
I think
To offer
we have
the same thing.
halos lahat po. They were offering their franchise to to be part of the consortium.
Okay.
And we have also engaged law firms, lawyers, to do our due diligence, full due diligence po. And,
Okay.
so before we submitted, because we don't want to be remiss in our obligation and in following the criteria of the bidding process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ganito. There is that certain level of confidence sa'yo na somehow you will get it. Na somehow you will get this franchise. And let me show the public how. No? Are you close to President Duterte?
No.
No, you're not.
I'm from Davao, and I'm.
No. Are you close to him or not?
Yes,
Yes, you're close to him. Are you close to Mr. Bongo?
Opo.
Yes, okay. Nag-contribute ka ng sa campaign ni Mr. Duterte?
Yes po, at
Yes.
nag-contribute rin po ako sa
Okay.
iba.
How much?
As declared po, I think contributed 30 million.
As declared, 30 million. Yung bang mga officers and board of directors ng UDENA ay nag-contribute din kay Mr. Duterte?
Hindi po.
Hindi. Are you sure? May listahan ako rito.
I don't know po.
May nakasulat dito, si Miss Sherilyn Uy, your wife. Nag-treasurer siya ng UDENA. Nag-contribute ba siya kay Mr. Duterte or not?
I think so po.
Yes. So, yung initial statement mo na,
Sorry
hindi.
po,
Okay.
I don't memorize po.
Okay, you don't memorize.
Yeah.
Pero, tinanong kita kung yung mga officers and board of directors mo ba ay nag-contribute din kay Mr. Duterte. Sabi mo, no. Okay.
I'm not sure po.
You're not sure. Okay. You know Mr. Efren Uy?
Yes po.
Yes. Who is he? And how is he related to you?
No, he's my business partner.
Business
And,
partner.
Distant relative.
Okay. Board member siya ng Chelsea Logistics. Nag-contribute siya kay Mr. Duterte ng 3.5 million. Etong si Chris Alfonsus Damoy, kilala mo siya? You know him. So ano siya?
He's the president of our Chelsea Logistics.
Okay, president. Nag-contribute din siya kay Mr. Duterte. Si Maria Henedina San Juan, you know her?
She's our corporate secretary.
Okay. So nag-contribute din siya kay Mr. Duterte. So si Miss Ignacia Braga, you know her?
Yeah, she's the CFO.
CFO. Nag-contribute din siya kay Mr. Duterte. So, marami nag-contribute kay Mr. Duterte. You know Mr. Paul Dominguez?
Yes po.
Yes. Ano siya?
He used to be our director po.
He used to be a director of Phoenix. Okay. How is he related to the finance secretary?
They're brothers po.
Brothers. Si Secretary Dominguez ba ay member ng Oversight Committee?
Yes, I think.
Yes. Okay. So, kaibigan mo si Bongo, si Duterte, kaibigan mo, yung kapatid ng Secretary of Finance, na member ng Oversight Committee, dati mong member ng Board of Directors, yung officers and Board of Directors mo, nag-contribute kay Mr. Duterte. So, ano ito? Medyo lumiliwanag yung pagkaluto rito, no? May ano ka ba? Do you own a private jet? Cessna Citation XLS.
No, I'm the part owner po.
Part owner. So you own. So at any one time, nakasama mo ba sa plane si Executive Secretary Medialdea, Secretary Dominguez, si Secretary Esperon, na mga members ng Oversight Committee? Sumakay dito sa plane mo. Let me just caution you that nakalagay yan sa passenger manifest. Okay? So, we'll give you the chance to tell the truth.
Yes.
Yes. So, nakasama mo sila sa plane. Ito, ano to? Period ito ng 2018. So, yung frequency niyan, makikita naman natin, ano? Around this time, when this Third Telco was at the peak nung pagpipili. Di ba? Okay. Next, even your house in Alphaland, in Baguio, is frequented by Secretary Dominguez. Okay? Tapos, are you a presidential advisor of Mr. Duterte?
I'm a presidential advisor on sports.
Yes. So, alam nyo, on its face, marami na ako nakitang ano rito mali. Whether conflict of interest, graft, indirect bribery. It's very clear now. Anyway, I'm presenting this to you, Secretary Rio, sir. I am still hoping that you'd have that objectivity. There's still time. And besides, wala pang approved transfer itong Ms. Latel. You can correct this. Dahil baka pag pinalalim ito, Secretary, ano tong mangyari ito nito, sir, baka i-apply sa inyo yung void ab initio. Di masasayang lahat ng efforts. Kasi nakita nyo, mga members ng Oversight Committee, kasama niya sa plane at the time na pinipili itong Third Telco. Whereas merong mga ibang aplikante, at least 10 players expressed interest na palagay ko wala namang ganong hassle. Na wala pang link diretso kay Mr. Duterte to avoid any hint na meron itong maniobra or preferential treatment. Kasi as it is, it's now oozing with preferential treatment and at worst cronyism. And let me just cite kung gaano ka swerte ito si Mr. Dennis Uy as a businessman nung naupo si Mr. Duterte. He was able to get you're a member of the board of directors ng Alpha Land ni Mr. Bobby Hongpin. Am I correct, Mr. Uy?
I was invited po.
Yes, but you are a member of the board. Okay. Pero itong si Mr. Bobby Hongpin, ito yung galit kunyari si Mr. Duterte, pinagmumura niya. Yung pala, nung pinagmumura niya, bumaba yung mga stocks ng PhilWeb, tapos nung mababa na, binili na ng mga kaibigan, at eventually, inapprove din yung lisensya ng PhilWeb. Then, you're also a member ng board or you're a vice chairman ng isang mining company. Am I correct?
I'm not a vice chairman po.
Okay, member of the board ng Atok Big Wedge.
Yes,
You know
I'm
that?
the director.
Okay.
Independent.
Mining. Na kunyari galit na galit si Mr. Duterte sa mining. Eh yung pala, para lang makapasok yung mga ano niya, kaibigan. Ngayon, meron ka bang casino franchise?
We have po.
You have. Saan?
We have one in Mactan, Cebu, and in Clark.
Okay. So, hindi totoo yung drama ni Mr. Duterte na galit siya sa casino. Ha? At nakapasok pala ang Davao Group. So, meron ka pang nakuha, was that yung liquefied natural gas project? You were able to secure that?
We applied po, and we were given notice to proceed.
Okay. How much was that project?
Until now, we're still finalizing the investment number po. We're still in the financial feasibility stage.
That was supposed to be a $2 billion project.
Estimated, and for the record po, we applied and we completed all the submission.
You applied and you competed at napili kayo just the same way na you applied dito, at parang lumalabas na talagang lahat ng obstacles ay tinatanggal para mapaboran si Dennis Uy na kaibigan at campaign contributor ni Mr. Duterte, at hindi lang yon, at nung ibang mga senior cabinet officials na nagde-decide para pumili dito. Yes.
Senator Trillanes, we note your observations. I think the best solution to remove any speculation is just really to submit all of the necessary requirements that is due everyone. So, hindi po kasalanan na maging kaibigan ni man, hindi rin po kasalanan na mamuhunan sa isang bagay, lalo-lalo na kung makakatulong ito sa ating mga kababayan. Pero syempre, hindi na natin, lalo-lalo na napakahalaga ng issue na ito, kailangan mabura natin ang impresyon na merong kinilingan. So sa tingin ko naman, kung magko-comply sila dun sa requirements talaga, wala naman tayo din masasabi. Ito lang yung aking mga tanong siguro, no? Kasi nag-iingat din tayo dun sa kung sino ang nagbibigay ng kapital sa atin. Kasi kahit papano, baka yung utang na loob na yun doon ay manaig kesa dun sa mga iba pang obligasyon natin. Kasi po, noong 2008 to 2016, ang authorized capital ng UDENA ay naglalaro sa 600 million pesos at ang paid-up capital ay 120 million to 300 million. Pero noong 2018 po, 2 billion na po ang authorized paid-up capital or ang authorized capital at si Mr. Uy ay may 1.4 billion ang ipinasok. Pakipaliwanag lang po kung paano ninyo nakuha yung ganito kalaking kapital, kasi ang sinasabi nila may mga reports na ang pinakamalaking nagpautang dito ay ang Bank of China. So, dun po sa kapital na nilagay nyo, Mr. Uy, saan po nanggaling yung pera para palakihin ang investment dito sa UDENA?
Madam Grace po. Capital is really a function of retained earnings, debt, contribution of the members of the stockholders. And throughout the years, our businesses under UDENA, we have different pillars, has grown and has contributed dividends. That's why, bilang isang negosyante, we see that there's opportunity. Instead of just spending on the dividends, we chose to put back the dividends to the corporation for the corporation to grow.
So, ibig sabihin, dahil nga marami naman kayong mga iba't ibang kumpanya, kung ano man yung kinita ninyo doon, yun ang naging puhunan ninyo para malagyan ng kapital itong
yes po.
undertaking
correct
ito.
po.
So, hindi naman galing sa China lahat nitong
Hindi po.
pera.
Wala pong kapital galing sa China. Nangungutang na po tayo. Bank of China is a bank and all they do is just approve the loans. No?
So, ngayon, dun sa China, wala namang sovereign guarantee na nakuha na pag pumalpak ito, yung...
Wala po. This is a private endeavor po.
Pero magkano ang ilalagay nung partner ninyo na Chinese firm, if ever?
They're up to 40% po on
40%.
whatever investment.
So, it's compliant with our laws anyway,
Yes po.
right?
And ako mismo, I don't want to break the law. I'm a
Okay.
Filipino. What for?
And
Yes.
yes, you're
Yes.
definitely. And then, but I would like to ask, no, kunyari pumasa yung Public Services Act. Tapos pinayagan na natin yung dayuhan na magmay-ari ng 60% or more. Are you inclined to give up control?
Depends on commercial agreements po. But if the law, if the law will allow it, then it's commercial. But for sentimental reasons, for public interest, mahirap po, malayong mayari yun. So,
Pero yun lang naman talaga. Kasi pwede naman talaga na merong puhunan dito ang mga banyaga. Ano? Basta lamang ang seguridad natin yung mangingibabaw. So kung si General Santiago ay talagang tututukan itong privacy natin, wala namang masama na meron tumutulong. Pero gusto ko marinig yung Management Association of the Philippines. Sorry, Ms. Makasayat. Hindi, ano ba yung opinion ninyo dito sa mga pag-uusap natin?
Madam Chair, thank you. Sa business po, community, kami ay nababahala lang na napakatagal na usapin ang extent ng problema ng business community sa internet, sa connectivity. So that's why we are here to listen to this and upon your invitation. So, ganun pa man, hanggang ngayon nga po, lalo pa rin nag-aalala ang mga negosyante kasi it is a big expense on the operations of business. And in fact, not only our customers are suffering from slow and expensive internet. So we want resolution na ipangako naman ng ating mga pinuno ng country natin. So, yun, kailan kaya magkakaroon talaga ng solusyon? On top of that, our competitiveness, not only globally but even just among our Asian neighbors, ay masyado pong naapektuhan dahilan sa connectivity issues. So, yun po ang tanong namin sa ating mga mababatas, paano nga ba talaga ito masusolusyonan?
Madam,
Who wanted to speak?
Madam Chair. I just
Yeah,
wanted
Secretary
Madam Chair,
Esperon.
I just wanted to speak because my name was mentioned by... Oh, malis na pala si...
Hindi bale po, it's on the record naman.
record.
Yes, sir.
It was mentioned that I rode on a plane together with Executive Secretary and the Secretary Dominguez and on a plane owned or partly owned by Mr. Dennis Uy. I am not sure when that was because the detail was not given. But the insinuation is that we were there because we were cooking up something. I just want to refute that because somehow, somewhere, amongst officials, we should also presume regularity of our acts. If I was riding that plane, were we talking about the telecoms, the Third Telecom? If it so happened that I am a member of the Oversight Committee, was I there because I was a member of the Oversight Committee, or I was simply going to Davao for official functions? In other words, I just want to say that if I was there, I'm not refuting it because I go to Davao very often. And if there is a ride that will go there, because of time constraints, I might ride private planes. Will you fault me for that? My only interest here, as we all know, as the Management Association of the Philippines has been saying, is fast and efficient service. And so we drafted the terms of reference. In fact, I said in my opening remarks that I'm all for the highest committed level of service, meaning fast, efficient, and big coverage. And so, just like all of us here, ang gusto natin, yung, kung pwede nga sabihin, mura na, magaling pa, mabilis pa. So, by seeing me there in that plane, sa totoo lang, ang pumili na ng nag-screen ng mga papasok dito na third player ay ang National Telecoms Commission, which is not part of the Oversight Committee.
Actually, sir, I will go to that.
Yes. Kaya ang sinasabi ko lang, Madam Chair,
Opo.
is
No, I
it should not
also
be taken
agree with
like
that.
Na, ayoko naman depensahan si Mr. Uy. Pupunta ba tayo doon sa taga-Davao siya, napalapit siya sa isang mataas na opisyal? Yun lang ba ang rason kung bakit may negosyo siya? Nagsimula din naman sa ibang negosyo. I don't know how he started, but somehow he can do it. He can do things. Nandiyan siya sa
Hindi, alam mo, General Esperon, naiintindihan ko. Sapagat ang Pilipinas, kahit papano, nagkikita-kita tayo sa iba't ibang okasyon.
Yes, okay.
Hindi naman nangangahulugan na meron tayong nilulutong hindi kanais-nais,
Yun
no?
lang po ang gusto kong sabihin na
Opo.
hindi porque nagkita-kita, sumakay sa isang eroplano, ay may niluluto na kami.
Yeah,
For all I know, baka wala pa ako sa Oversight Committee nung sumakay ako sa
Madam
eroplano.
Chair,
Yes.
I think Secretary Esperon has responded sufficiently
Already,
for the record. So may we go back to other questions
Yes,
which this
thank you
representation.
very much,
Thank
sir.
you very much,
Thank
Secretary
you.
Esperon.
Okay. As you mentioned, you're part of the Oversight Committee, right? And then, ang kasama po ninyo dito, oversight ba or selection?
Oversight Committee, Madam Chair.
Oversight. So, ikaw, kayo po,
Executive Secretary,
Oo. The Department of Finance.
DICT, and me as the fourth member.
Pero yung selection committee sa NTC yun, di ba?
That's already in
Okay.
the selection.
Matanong ko po kayo, Chairperson Cordoba, kayo ang pumili pinili niyo yung selection committee, napipili kung sinong mananalo nitong Third Telco. Sino-sino po yung mga pinili ninyo, nakasama ninyo dun sa selection committee at bakit?
Your Honor, allow me to give a little background. Actually po, when we were doing the Third Telco bidding, as much as possible, we wanted it to be almost same format or aligned with the Republic Act 9184, which is the Procurement Act. Okay, under the Procurement Act po, ay meron pong HOPE, which is the head of the procuring agency, head of the procuring entity. So, tinapat po namin yon sa NTC and Bank, which is composed of the commissioners and the 2 deputy commissioners. Sa 9184, meron pong tinatawag na BAC or Bids and Awards Committee. Ito naman po yung selection committee na binuo po namin. Meron din pong tumutulong sa selection committee na tinatawag pong technical working group. So we also had that. At saka po, yun din pong yung pong tinatawag na secretariat that helps all these entities na...
Pero kayo nga po ang pumipili. Diba?
Yes, Your Honor. It's
Ikaw lang
NTC.
mag-isa.
Hindi po, pinirmahan po namin ng NTC and Bank, Your Honor. Yung pagpili po
Sino
sa
ba
kanila.
yung mga miyembro ng NBank? Ilan ba?
That would be the commissioner, ako po yun, and the 2 deputy commissioners, Your Honors.
So kayong tatlo. So sino itong si Ella Blanca Lopez?
Okay. Your Honors, based on Republic 19184, ang head po ng BAC should be the 3rd highest ranking official in an office.
Okay.
So si Attorney Ella Lopez is the head of our legal department. Director po siya sa legal department po namin.
Okay, sino naman si Teodoro Buenavista Jr.?
Okay, i-ano ko lang po si Attorney Ella Lopez. She is also part of the back of the office ng NTC, hindi po lang sa third bidding, but also for all other matters.
Okay, about Teodoro Buenavista.
Opo, si Ted Buenavista po is a director ng aming pong regional office sa, I think, Region 10, Cagayan de Oro, Your Honors.
So ba't siya yung pinili ninyo?
Actually po, Your Honors, because tinignan din po namin yung kanilang experience. Ayaw rin po siya, ma'am, member din siya ng BAC ng marami, and we can submit their qualifications. Makikita po ninyo, Your Honors.
Sino naman po si Alvin Bernardo Blanco?
Okay, Engineer Alvin Blanco is the head of our Broadcast Services Division.
Okay, so may
Opo,
technical
yes.
siyang nalalaman.
Opo, yes, Your Honor.
Sino naman si Samuel Sabile?
Okay, Sam Sabile is also an engineer. He's an ECE po. Siya po marami po siyang pinagdaanan na offices sa amin, he is also the NTC chair of the BAC. NTC BAC vice chair right now. So, kabisado rin po niya ang bidding, and he has been an ECE for 32 years. So, siya ang head po ng aming admin office po, Your Honors.
So sino naman po si Andres Castelar Jr.?
Okay, Your Honors, Attorney Castelar is a lawyer in our office. He has been holding back positions in different government offices din po. Ganun din po, Your Honors. He is a lawyer. So, ano po ito, may mga kanya-kanya po silang expertise at we can submit their resume po at makikita po ninyo. Like for example, si Ted Buenavista po has studied management in public policy from the Lee Kuan Yew University, has been receiving honors and awards from different governing bodies at ganoon din po yung halos lahat po ng members ng po.
So, ibig sabihin kahit na sabihin mo ng kaklase mo ang isa dito, may kakayanan naman. Dahil
Yes, Your Honor.
kailangan niyo na ng abogado.
Opo, Your Honors.
Ganon, okay. Siguro, I think that if that's a continuation, Senator Drilon will ask first, and then after which, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Majority Leader, Senator Mig Zubiri, will be asking after Senator Drilon. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Just a few clarificatory matters. Under the Memorandum Circular of the NTC, Memorandum Circular 0909-2018, what is meant, and you must educate me because I'm not familiar with this, what is meant by a new major player? Because as a lawyer, this is the first time I'm hearing this phrase, new major player in an official issuance of a government agency. So, paliwanag lang po, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng new major player?
Yes, Senator Drilon. Ang ibig pong sabihin is we wanted a third player to come in to compete with Globe and Smart para po magkaroon ng bagong player. And since Globe and Smart are dominant po, almost 50-50 po sila, so we wanted a new major player that can compete head-to-head with the two.
Does the title new major player grant any special privilege to the player? That's what specifically does it mean? Ano, as I said, I'm not familiar with terminologies in this field. I just want to know, because you have used new major player as a category. Ano po bang ibig sabihin nun? Sabi mo, to look for a third player, but my question is, does it grant any special privilege?
Actually, Your Honors, wala naman po. Talaga ano lang po siya, dapat lang po siya pumasok sa market to be able to compete head-to-head with the two existing dominant players.
So, this is the first time that this kind of a title is given to any player in the telecommunications industry. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
There is no intention to grant them any preference?
Wala po, Your Honors.
How about in the bidding? There was no more bidding here, or was there a bidding?
There was a bidding, Your Honor.
For what? For the?
Ano po, kapag ka po nagkaroon po ng bidding, yung po mananalo ay magkakaroon po ng frequencies that will be awarded to them that they can use to compete with the two existing players.
So it is for the grant of the frequency.
Yes, Your Honor.
So this new major player is just a marketing tool? Is that what we understand it to be?
Hindi naman po, parang naging ano lang po namin, naging tawag na lang po namin. There's no special.
When you use terminologies in law and you're a lawyer, there must be a meaning to it. You just cannot say the new major player and you project that it is a privileged animal.
Actually, Your Honor, as I have mentioned earlier, ang treatment po namin doon would be the third player that can compete head-to-head with the two dominant existing players.
By what authority under the law can you grant a crown to an entity and call him a new major player?
Your Honor, under the...
Wala kayong kapangyarihang gumawa ng ganong titulo.
Under the law po, Your Honors, we have the authority and ano po, yung pong authority to grant frequencies.
No question about that.
Yes, sir.
Authority
And
to grant
the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity.
Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. So the holder is a holder of the CPCN.
Tama po.
Kaya naguguluhan ng publiko po, mga ginagamit nating mga salita, a new major player. Wala naman po ibig sabihin nito. Ganun po ba?
Actually po, Your Honor, just for purposes of making it easier to call it, yun na lang po ang aming tinawag. Actually, pwede po third player or the third telco, so it's basically the same, Your Honor.
Anyway. Okay. The proposed consortium is the new major player. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
They're given that royal title. Tama po ba yan?
They are given that name, Your Honor.
Name, all right. Now, but the consortium has no legislative franchise.
Actually, Your Honor, in so
Answer me, just answer me. The consortium has no legislative franchise.
Actually, Your Honor, the
Please
consortium...
answer me yes or no.
It has a franchise, Your Honor.
Which is the franchise?
Miss Latel, Your Honor.
So, Miss Latel is the franchise holder, not the consortium. As a lawyer, you should know that.
Actually, Your Honor, they have a binding bidding agreement, and then when they bidded, they used the Miss Latel franchise. Your Honor.
Compañero, when the Congress grants a franchise, the Congress examines the eligibility of the stockholders to discharge the privilege. And that is why Miss Latel has the franchise. For the consortium has no franchise.
The consortium, Your Honor, has no franchise right now.
That's correct.
But they will be buying into Miss Latel and using that Miss Latel as their franchise, Your Honor.
So, now, in fact, Miss Latel is the franchise holder.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, and the intention is the consortium will buy equity of Miss Latel.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's correct, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Under the terms of the binding agreement, what is the consideration for the transfer?
Maybe, Your Honor, Miss Latel can answer the...
Anyone, yes, can answer. Yes, in the absence of the chair, yes, I'll recognize Senator Tamano.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's my father po.
Yes, I know.
Your Honors, under the binding bidding agreement po, there is, so it's 25% Chelsea, 35% Udena, and 40% China Telecom po. There is...
So how much is that in total percentage?
100 po.
Huh?
100% po.
So the Mr. Tel will cede 100% control to the consortium.
Yes, Your Honors.
And for how much?
For the for Ms. Latel, the current corporation, they will have 1.25% as equity in the corporation, in the newly formed consortium, Your Honor.
Yes. Do we have a copy of this binding agreement? I understand this binding bidding, this agreement has been submitted to the Secretariat. Can the Secretariat confirm that?
We have a copy, Your Honor, if you would like us to provide you, sir.
Yeah, okay, if you can provide us with that. And my question again is, how much is the purchase price?
Can you have the binding? Your Honor?
Yes. Magkano po ang bayad ng consortium for their control of Ms. Latel?
If Your Honor, it's in the binding bidding agreement. At the end of the day,
okay.
so
Yes.
at the end,
On
Your
the
Honor,
basis of this,
Yes.
how much?
they will have 0.49%.
No, point?
49% of 10 billion, Your Honor. 0.49%.
You mean they will have no control over Ms. Latel?
Yes, Your Honor.
What yes?
Yes, there will be a change in controlling interest, Your Honor.
The controlling interest will now be
with the consortium, Your Honor.
with the consortium.
Yes,
Ms.
yes.
Latel will lose in controlling interest.
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, the stockholders.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, the stockholders.
Yes, Your Honor.
Present stockholders.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, and there are, and Ms. Latel is the surviving entity because
Yes.
it is the owner or it is the grantee of the franchise.
Yes, Your Honor. May I give just a bit more context,
Sige.
Senator Jalon? If you take a look at the terms of reference, there are two types of participants who can bid. And the NTC,
Who can bid, okay.
yes, the NTC said, in its wisdom, decided that the entity must have a franchise. So it can either be a franchise holder, which already has the 10 billion.
Unfortunately, the franchise here of Ms. Latel is doubtful already.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, yes.
We take a different view, Your Honor, but
Yes, yes.
but what we'd like to say, Your Honor, please, is that there are two types of participants. The first one is a simple franchise holder. The second is, and the rationale, as we saw it from the NTC, was so that the consortium would also have a franchise, was that the committed investors in the consortium will be investing equity in the franchise holder, so that we would reach the level of 10 billion, Your Honor. Because the 10 billion requirement, if Your Honor please, is one of the financial requirements of the selection process.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you explain it a bit more?
My apologies, Your
Yes,
Honor. Under the terms of reference, there are three requirements for a participant. There must be a legal requirement, which refers to the nationality requirement, 60-40 at the most,
Yes.
if there's a foreign partner. The second is a technical expertise that is defined under the terms of reference. And the third is a capitalization requirement of 10 billion. So, Your Honor, in the case of two types of participants, you could be already a franchise holder that has all these requirements plus 10 billion capitalization. But if you look at most of the franchises, hindi po sila ganon. That's why they created, under their terms, a way for committed investors to invest equity in the franchise and end up with 10 billion capitalization prior to the issuance po of a CPCN.
Okay, now, very good. In this particular case, the franchise holder being Ms. Latel, there are commitments on record as part, I assume, of the pre-qualification. As for example, as presented here, Ms. Latel endeavors to deliver 27 Mbps of minimum average broadband speed, 55 Mbps after 5 years, covering 37.3% of our country on its first year, and 84% after 5 years. These are the commitments of Ms. Latel. Ms. Latel's franchise was granted on April 19, 1998. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And it is for a period of 25 years?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the 25 years will expire on April 19,
23, I think.
2022 or 23?
23, Your Honor, if I'm not mistaken.
2023. And obviously the commitments are beyond the life of the franchise.
Yes, Your Honor.
And how do you intend to assure compliance with this commitment if your franchise will expire?
That's why, well, first, Your Honor, that's part of the reason we are here. And eventually po, babalik po kami sa Kongreso so that we can ask for an extension of the franchise.
No, this hearing is not for the franchise of Ms. Latel. No, there is no bill pending before us for the renewal of Ms. Latel's franchise.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the commitments are being made for a period beyond the franchise of Ms. Latel.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
I am. Please, no, it's not wrong. This is not wrong. This is a piece of paper which says seeking the concurrence of Congress for the transfer of ownership. I am talking about Ms. Latel itself. Even if this is approved, Ms. Latel's franchise will still expire on April 19, 2023.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there are commitments here beyond 2023.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may explain, Your Honors, please. Yes, we were presented that question. Should we go, given the 90-day period, should we go to Congress and ask not only for the approval of controlling interest, but also an extension of the franchise? Now, talking to our legal counsel and taking into consideration that it is an election year, our decision was it would be very difficult to go through the process of extending the franchise.
Why?
I think the level of scrutiny, the number of hearings, given the tight timeline. If Your Honor, please, we were awarded the NMP status in November 19 of 2018. And then we knew that Congress would be in break, would only have a certain number of session days. We also knew that after Congress came back, it would be election period. In our judgment, and perhaps we may not have fully understood the consequences of it, we deemed it as a better risk management that in order to comply with the 90 days, we will ask first for a approval of the change in controlling interest. And then once we get the CPCN...
But the change of controlling interest of Ms. Latel was done 2015. And up to now, they have not even sought the approval of Congress.
Yes, Your Honor. We have a legal view on that, if Your Honor, please.
I would be glad to hear that because the terms of the franchise are very clear, and we have learned in statutory construction that give the provisions of the law should be interpreted in accordance with common understanding, and very clear here that the franchise holder must secure the consent of Congress if they transfer control, and in this particular case, control was transferred in 2015, we're now 2019. Not even a single document up to this point has been presented to show that they have some respect for Congress by seeking the consent of Congress with the transfer of control of Ms. Latel. And that is something that we will take seriously, at least this representation will take seriously, because in total disregard of the authority of Congress in granting the franchise, Congress was just ignored. They just transferred. I'm not talking about the consortium, I'm talking about Ms. Latel.
Yes, Your Honor, and that is why, if Your Honor, please, out of due respect for Congress and the Senate, that is why we are here asking for the approval of change of controlling interest, Your Honor.
Yes, firstly, that is not before us, all right? But more importantly, Ms. Latel itself, the original stockholders, ceased control in 2015. And up to now, they have not secured a congressional approval. In fact, Madam Chair, this has already happened. I will not mention the corporation, although it's public record. A corporation transferred its shares, controlling shares in a franchise, in a corporation holding the franchise. And then subsequently, this new controlling stockholders sold it again to somebody else. And preceded is that they had to secure the approval of the transfer of the first and the second transfer. That we have records to show that the first and the second transfer had to be the consent for the first and second transfer had to be secured.
Senator Drilon, I think the big question here now is this. Secretary Rio, you're still in your vetting process, right? Who will now determine if indeed Ms. Latel has a legitimate franchise? What will convince you that they do? And suppose that you're convinced that they have none, what is our contingency here? Will PT&T or who will be the next candidate to assume the Third Telco initiative?
Can I answer? Actually, Your Honors, that's why we're here before Congress. Last December, the House of Representatives already approved, so it's subject to your wisdom, Your Honors.
I mean, Congress
The-
just said that if there are any questions, it will be up to the courts to decide. But as Congress, yeah.
What was approved?
Actually, Your Honor,
The transfer of...
Yes, Your Honor. I think this is a letter from the Acting Secretary General of the House of Representatives.
Stating that...
Yeah, I have been directed to inform the Senate that the House of Representatives on December 12 adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 23 entitled Concurrent Resolution Approving the Transfer, Sale, or Assignment of the Controlling Interest of Mindanao Islamic Telecom
Yes,
Incorporated,
yes.
to which it requests the concurrence of the Senate,
Right.
Your Honors.
But the transfer of control in Ms. Latel itself is not before Congress, has not been approved by Congress, and I'm referring to the transfers done in 2015, as testified to here, when the original stockholders transferred and ceded 70% of Ms. Latel to the group of CTE. That transfer of control has never been approved by Congress, and therefore that puts into doubt the franchise of Ms. Latel. I am not talking about the transfer from Ms. Latel to the consortium, because there's an ongoing process, but the fact of the original stockholders or losing control or ceding control to a new group, which you must admit needs the concurrence of Congress. The concurrence has not been secured, and under the terms of the franchise, it is ipso facto void. So that I just want to clarify that there was one transfer and there is a prospective transfer. You're talking about a consent of a prospective transfer. I am talking of a transfer done in 2015. Is that clear, Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the transfer of 2015 must have had the concurrence, must secure the concurrence of Congress in accordance with the terms of the franchise. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
So what if the body decides that they don't have a legitimate franchise? That will affect your decision. When it should, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're all losing in this particular occurrence because lahat tayo nagmamadali na rin talaga na magkaroon ng mas magandang serbisyo. Kaya lang, dahil sa mga technical na bagay na hindi naman natin pwedeng isang tabi lamang, parang nakasalalay ngayon sa desisyon nitong komite kung ano yung magiging rekomendasyon namin, kung meron bang prangkisa o wala. So, ibig sabihin, kung sinabi namin walang prangkisa dahil hindi pa ito ina-approvehan namin, hindi matutuloy ito. Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Madam Chair, eventually what we want here is a third player. On my way here, my apologies for being late. I was just elected as a new member of the Philippine Olympic Committee representing our niece this morning. That's why I was late. But we all want better service for everyone. And what's important here, on my way here, I was trying to send you messages and I still have it unsent. I can't send it because the data signal is very, very bad.
Senator Zubiri, I think that's what we're going to take up next, ha?
Yes.
Yung cell towers.
Yes.
And the construction of that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But basically, it's the difficulty in getting data service, sending out messages, getting calls, drop calls. We're all sick and tired of that. And that's the issue here. And with all due respect to all the players, there are now players that want to provide this third Third Telco service to everyone. I can speak for being a Mindanaoan. I know, and I can vouch for Mr. Dennis Uy because I've been friends with him for many, many years. And he's a self-made man with Phoenix Oil
and Udena, and he's done himself well, and we in Mindanao are very proud of him. It's very difficult to come into a all-boys club na, I'd say, business community that's more like a fraternity. And for him to reach that level, we in Mindanao are very proud of him. And he's just trying his best to be able to provide that service. I'm not familiar with the presentation of Senator Drilon on what had transpired with Ms. Latel prior to the acquisition of Mr. Dennis Uy. That is a surprise to me. But in fairness to him, he is trying his best. As a matter of fact, he really applied, and I had asked this in one of the occasions of the kapatid parties of Presidential Assistant Joey Concepcion. I asked him very simple and very straightforward questions. I asked him, is this going to be used for any control by another country in our shores? And he said, no way. I will not do that. I will not allow it. Will this be used for any data breach? And he said, no, vehemently, no way. It will not happen. And as a matter of fact, to be very honest about it, the one major carrier is actually using Huawei, as it's both are using Huawei. So what are we scared of? If everybody in the world is scared of Huawei, in all our phones now, Huawei na yan. So they're already listening in. So if it's a national security concern, I'm sorry to tell everybody here, nandyan na yan. If you're afraid of Huawei, they're in both our major telecom lines. So I think the fears of Ms. Latel and their consortium is unfounded. And besides, you have a choice whether to join them or to use the original Smart or Globe Telecoms. On the issue on franchises, I have to salute the gentleman for coming to Congress because as chairman of the Committee on Franchise, I will tell you, former chairman in the House of Representatives, hundreds, if not 90% of franchise holders are in violation. If we go strictly on this and we make a review, we will have to cancel 90% of the franchises. Because either they are resold by very industrious gentlemen who apply for franchises and resold again, or there is in time a change of ownership and they do not go to Congress. It's unfortunate because unless we clear up the amendments and the sections in Congress where it says ipso facto revoke, the question is, who revokes them? Does Congress now have to file ipso facto revoking them? Or does NTC revoke them itself? Or do they have to go to court? It is not clear. Who will revoke them? Kaya siguro matapang itong mga to magbenta. Even the players, with all due respect, the players who applied, I had checked with my staff, many of them are in violation. Almost all of them are in violation of the franchise laws. Kaya maybe we should also be not too, kasi if we're going to be very strict about this, with all due respect to my colleagues, i-cancel na natin lahat. Mag-review na tayo. I will put that as a motion in the committee. Let's review it all. Cancel na natin lahat. By hell, who will get hit? That the heavens fall. But that's true. Maraming matatamaan. Big players, big families, big corporations, and big companies. If you want to open a Pandora's box. Unless we clarify in the rules of the passage of the franchises who will revoke them. And that is why I respect these people because they, before the 90 days expired, they went to Congress. And as a matter of fact, speaking to the chair and members of the Congress of the Legislative Franchise Committee, recommended to them so that they will not be in violation of the 90-day rule to just pass the quick concurrent resolution on the ownership issue. And I believe they were told to come back in the next Congress. Mas mahirap pa nga yun. Alam mo, napakahirap mag-file sa Congress and Senate kasi you have to talk to 300 people. I know Mr. Jacinto has done this twice or 3 times. And I'm surprised he still has a jet black here. And it's very difficult. So, but they're going to take the risk. They're here to apply for the transfer of ownership, and I believe in the next Congress, they will apply for the extension of the franchise. So, not like the others that I know. Na after they get the franchise, goodbye Philippines. Di na pinapansin yung Kongreso or the responsibilities written down in their franchise. So that's the statement that I'd like to make, Madam Chair. It's up to the committee on what they want to do, but if we do that, then I would suggest let's do it for all.
Yeah, Senator Zubiri.
So it does not look biased. It does not look biased na tinitira natin sila kasi malapit sila sa whoever it may be. Then gawin natin, let's review all para fair ang committee.
Well, aside from exercising our oversight function in this particular hearing, we're also learning from this in aid of legislation. So you've seen the deficiency of the law or the vagueness of the wordings. Perhaps the good senator can submit to us a clearer wording, and that's where we need to amend our franchise agreements. On the other hand, I don't think for sure, everybody will be in violation of one thing or another. But I think that it is clear in the law that it says if you don't have a public offering of your stocks and you're not in operation, those two particular requirements are the ones that have the line that says ipso facto revoke. And transfer.
Actually, Madam Chair, on that issue lang on the public offering, on the issue lang, with all due respect to my minority leader, on the issue lang on the public offering, 70% na dyan, tanggal na. To be very honest. Because I passed in 2002, when I was chairman, all the way to 2006 or 7, several franchises that have not gone public still. So they are in violation of the franchises.
Madam Chair, just to put things on record, unfortunately, my good colleague, Senator Zubiri, was not here. But in my statements, I have never referred to Mr. Uy. I was raising an issue.
Not you, sir.
I was raising the issue of Ms. Latel disregarding the Senate and the House when it transferred control in 2015, ignoring the Senate, ignoring Congress, and they did not even care until this came up. So, to me, this is a gross violation of their franchise, which has been there for the past 3 years. What do we do? Just to put it under the rug might be a slippery slope that we will be confronted with. So this is an issue which I have placed squarely. This is not, we are not talking about the consent of Congress with the transfer of the control of Islatel to the consortium, but it is the previous transfer of control of Islatel in 2015, even before Mr. Uy and the consortium came into being. Just to clarify for the record.
So I think with this particular experience, maybe we can have like supplemental law amending our franchises just to clarify that particular point. But in the meantime, I think we're actually in a tug of war debating. For national interest, for the interest of our country, we really want this to move forward. So we have to find a way wherein we'll still honor the law and clarify it based on interpretation, just so this can move forward. See, that's where the dilemma lies. I would really want this to push through, but we don't also want to be in violation of our own laws. I think somebody from PT&T, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to point out and put on record that we did bid, and therefore we are interested, and we would believe that we have the capability to provide the requirements. And point out the fact that we are a major player since the past 50 years. Okay, in the technical term, we have what the International Telecommunications Union calls Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 telcos. And we are a Tier 1 telco. And we have participated in the bid, and we have also submitted such that we did qualify also on the qualification for 10 billion without the need for a consortium. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At least we have an alternative in the unfortunate event that this falls through. And I say unfortunate not because of a particular bias for a group, but because we all lose every time we delay a process like this, an opportunity to upgrade our telco services. If my colleagues agree, I would like to go now to another issue that can actually help with our signal, and that's with the tower issue, the common tower issue. So for the common towers, one of the key initiatives of the administration to support a new major telco player is the shared telco infrastructure, or the common cell towers policy. The policy includes the measure to remove all future cell tower building activities from companies, PLDT Globe. The government will instead employ 2 independent tower companies to do so. But I think that the DICT has already come up with a memorandum of understanding or agreement allowing more than just 2 companies in building. Please clarify this, Secretary Rio.
Yes, Your Honor. In my opening statement, I mentioned that while we are formulating a common tower policy, and we went ahead because we could no longer wait, open up the market, and just came up with MOUs with all interested common tower providers, no? And that MOU simply states, Your Honor, that we recognize you as a capable tower company, and this will more or less be your passport to go to the telcos and get business from them. And once you get a business from them, then the ICT, or the whole government, will in fact will support you, no, in terms of permits, because these are the number of complaint of the telcos that they need 25 permits. Some takes about 8 months to approve. So we'll take care of that. Even site acquisition, we can take care of that. So this actually invited so many. No? We are now 5, and I think there are still 3 who would like to sign with us in the MOU.
Okay. So I'd like a clarification from our presidential advisor, Mr. Jacinto. You have come up with a memorandum of, let me just look at this document, a joint memorandum circular, Department of Information and Communications Technology and National Telecom Commission, and part of that proposal of the policies, future deployment of all telecommunications towers shall be performed only by the tower companies registered by the NTC, except where the MNO demonstrates that the tower company is unable, despite requests and lapse from the request, to provide the facility to the MNO, in which the case the MNO itself can build its own towers. And this is actually, and are you limiting this to the number of cell tower builders? Are we understanding this correctly?
Madam Chair, may I be allowed to read a statement?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Senator, for inviting me today to explain the common tower policy, as I believe it has not been adequately explained or understood by the public. I believe in your resolve to bring better service to our countrymen. The common tower policy is a part of the Cabinet's holistic approach to address the problem of poor telecommunications and broadband service in the country today. The entire premise of this is that our dominant telcos, Globe and Smart, have failed to deliver the service the Filipino people need and deserve. The Philippines lags behind our Asian neighbors and is the 3rd to the last in speed in the whole world and coverage. And yet, our service is some of the most expensive in the world. The government's present approach to resolving the problem of poor service has three parts. The Third Telco is one, and that has gone ahead. The Common Tower Policy, and a review of government's connectivity and present policy on satellite services. The last two parts were given to my office to take charge of and implement through the NTC. On July 5, my office released a set of guidelines, and Acting Secretary Rio approved the policy. And he made some changes on morning of July 5 before our press conference, which we adopted. And we jointly held a press conference. And we have a picture there of the press conference. However, Acting Secretary Rio did not transmit these guidelines to the NTC and instead requested me, though not required by law, to subject the policy and guidelines to a public forum. He also agreed that if the results of the public forum were favorable, he would issue the guidelines. In September 2018, we then had a public forum. The attendees of the public forum, which included prospective towercos, investors, civic groups, and the telcos, were then asked to submit their position papers. The submitted position papers all supported the guidelines, except the position paper of SMART. The investors supported it, so the news that there was a lot of opposition is not true. In the public forum, Globe verbalized their intention to be the Common Tower Company. In the press releases and public discussion that have since ensued, I believe that my office guidelines have been purposely misrepresented and consequently misunderstood by the public. So I'm thankful that I have this opportunity to discuss them today. The current public discussion on the Common Tower has centered on the limitation of the number of towers to 2. Allow me to address this issue directly. I firmly believe that taken in its entirety together with the rest of the provisions of my policy, my office's policy, this limitation is not anti-competitive. My policy requires that the telcos utilize all their future towers, the services of tower companies who can concentrate on building towers that will be shared amongst not only the duopoly, but the ISPs, the small operators, and even the cable TV companies and other telecommunications industry participants. The number of common tower companies will be limited only to 2, but only for 4 years, just to have an orderly, regulated, and high-quality rollout. It's meant to enhance the viability of the tower coast. We are asking a 200 billion peso investment from the foreign investors. We cannot have everybody build a tower because a tower is a special engineering technique also. It's just not steel. It contains a lot of fiber, power supply, and other engineering feats. The first 6 months of the implementation period is a build-up period during which the tower companies will agree with the telcos on the rollout. We will go to a digital map and tell them this is where we plan to build the 50,000 towers. And then they can comment, and then if they agree, they should sign on it. The pace of the rollout and the number of towers and the locations. The tower costs can still build if, the telcos can still build if the tower costs, upon a request of one, within 30 days they have to answer yes or no. If they say no, then the operators can build. So we're not banning them really from building. We cannot have too many participants which will dilute the market. I would rather rely on a tower company who will put hard money in than too many who may not be viable. We will give accredited tower companies a schedule of rollout, as I said. The policy is thus a measured regulatory intervention to address poor service. It is key to enhance the tower's viability for the policy to succeed. Limiting the number of tower costs avoids the mistakes made in other countries, which started out with a totally open policy only to see the tower co industry consolidate and ultimately settle to the global norm. The global norm is half the number, the tower companies are half the number of the telcos. Even India, which is commonly cited as a model for not limiting the number of towercos, is now seeing a string of bankruptcies in the towerco industry and a trail of wasted capital in the process. I would also like to add that the present discussion totally misses what is in the heart of the policy, which is tower sharing. The policy's principal purpose was to mandate telecommunications companies to share their towers. This is something that the DICT and NTC has not pursued, even to this day. It has not passed any memorandum circular or policy guideline mandating the telcos to share their existing towers, and as well as future towers. The second important element of the policy is independence. We want the towercos to be independent of the telcos, and it should prohibit them from owning any equity in the towercos, so they cannot exercise undue influence. Because there are only 2 of them now, possibly 3 later. If you have 100 tower companies, they can pick and choose, and they can dictate, and they'll be in the driver's seat again. Doing so is the only means to promote tower sharing and achieve transparent and non-discriminatory tower sharing terms. The telco's history in interconnection shows it. They did not interconnect until recently. And to get telcos to share the facilities and to make the terms of access fair and transparent to access seekers, even the small guys. If you allow the telcos to own the towercos, there will be no other towercos, but their own captive towercos, and no tower sharing as a result. I would like to point out that contrary to what is being said in the newspapers, the position papers submitted by the aspiring towercos all supported my guidelines, or the guidelines of my office. It was only the operators who opposed it. Naturally, they want to protect their business. The DICT, however, has ignored this and instead amplified the position of the telcos to make it appear that my guidelines were heavily opposed. It is opposed only by the telcos, as I said. If I may venture, this is the reason why they do not build according to a pace other than their own. They must be mandated to build at a certain pace. If you're asking for a performance band from the Third Telco, why don't we ask for a performance band also from the present telcos to commit to a rollout? And if they don't, we draw on the band. For 20 years, the telcos have been in the driver's seat, rolling out, providing coverage only when it is most profitable for them. And in this age of broadband, providing broadband speed only at the slowest minimum. Their game is dominance. Dominance now, public service very much later. They would spend more to shut out the competitors than to improve public service. Exclusivities in infrastructure have for 2 decades been a weapon in their arsenal to maintain their dominance. Bereft of choice, our long-suffering people have learned to live with their bad service. The Duterte administration is now trying to change that. First, by introducing the Third Telco. Second, by eliminating the duopoly's dominance in infrastructure as a competitive differentiator. The survival of the Third Telco, by and large, for a large part, depends on the success of an independent common tower policy.
Mr. Jacinto, I think we understand your point.
Yeah, may I?
Can you please wrap up?
Yeah. When there is a failure of public service and it is affecting the people, the government cannot just stand by. It must intervene. So we need a mandated common tower policy. We only have 10,000 locations. We need 50,000. And the rollout of SMART last year, submitted to the NTC, was 617 towers. At this rate, it will take more than 81 years to achieve 50,000 towers. So we must intervene, as we did in Boracay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jacinto. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I understand certain points that you made, and I appreciate it. For example, a shared common tower policy wherein cable providers and telco providers can avail of that. On the other hand, what is ironic is why we're in a hurry to roll out these plans, limiting it to 2 players is quite suspect. And I look at it in this particular point of view that, yes, the telco companies are not as fast in rolling out and building these cell towers, but government also is to blame for this. Number one, it takes so many steps and permits from the local government and the national government to be able to erect 1 cell tower. Number two, there are also areas in the country where homeowners, and understandably so, don't like a cell tower within their area. That's why service is also not as clear. So there are many factors, and not just the telecommunication companies' shortcomings. That's the reason why we have a shortage of cell towers. And it's just illogical for me to accept that even the telco companies will not be allowed to build their own cell towers if there is already a policy of a shared tower agreement. So, let me ask now, Secretary Rio, nasa na ba tayo sa shared common tower policy? Meron na ba po? May directive na ba ang DICT o wala pa rin?
Yes, Your Honor, and definitely it is not the draft common tower policy that RJ is suggesting. Basically, the government will be creating a duopoly, and the one who will really choose the towers is not the government, it will be the telcos. So why are we now going to limit their choice? Why will government that has no little experience than the telcos have? They have been there for more than 20 years. They know how to build towers. They know the problem. And we are actually realizing that problem. It is actually number of permits, sometimes graft and corruption. This is what we are addressing as the ICT.
Sino po dun po sa draft ni Mr. Jacinto, sino bang mamimili ng dalawang kumpanya?
Gobyerno po.
Sino sa gobyerno?
Yes, and then how will we... So kung magkakaroon tayo ng selection process ulit for 2, and then we will force the telcos to just choose among the 2, and they will not be in fact even allowed to put up their own.
Pero hindi naman natin patutupad to, di ba? You already issued a statement that anybody can build a tower as long as they...
Yes, Your Honor. That's why we said, and it is being accepted now by the telcos, no?
Hindi kasi ganito po yan, Mr. Jacinto. I understand your concern, as I said, that to build it, there are certain standards. But that standard naman is also determined by which particular agency. Di ba dapat papasa yan?
No, Your Honor. The telcos are the one who will provide the standards of their of towers where they will connect the radios, no? Hindi ho gobyerno yan. We never have any standard for common towers.
Except safety. Di ba pagdating sa safety structure yun?
It is the telcos that give the standard. They will not put the radios on substandard common towers. Never.
Kaya nga.
Kaya nga ho, sila ho dapat magpili kung sino yung mga interested na common tower. And there are many, no? In ASEAN, there are already 10. And in fact, I don't know if RJ can say, sino sa buong mundo ang nag-limit ng tower code to just 2? Sino sa buong mundo ang regulator did not allow MNOs to put up their own towers?
No? I agree. That's why this particular proposal of Mr. Jacinto will not be implemented, right?
As long as I am the acting secretary of the ICT, ma'am, it will not be implemented.
And in fact,
And ma'am, yes. I am the one who is supposed to sign this policy, no?
And you were not going to sign it.
Hindi si RJ ako po. Ako ho yung dadalhin sa korte ng mga lahat na mag-object nitong policy nito.
Pero
hindi ho si RJ.
I think I can speak for my colleagues. A lot of us agree with your position that we should allow more players to come in when it comes to even the building of these cell towers. Because limiting it to 2, nakakatakot yan. Mamaya, palpak yung dalawa, mas lalo pa tayong matagalan. I'm sorry, Mr. Jacinto, maybe your intentions are good, and I see that you have some points, but limiting it to 2 is, will, I feel, further delay us and add more complications. You are raising your hand, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Our point from Now Telecom and Now Corporation are as follows. Baka sa pagmamadali na naman po natin for a tower company, we might forget again. For example, the stance that you need a congressional franchise to build towers. No, this is part of the telecommunications congressional franchise to build these things. And also, for
you don't need a congressional franchise to build.
To highlight lang po, it's part of electronic communications networks and electronics communication services. This might be a gray area part, but this might be an area wherein those telcos with congressional franchises, even with provisional authorities, should be considered. What I'm telling, ma'am, is that, say for example, with the problems of the Third Telco, for the problem of Mislatel, we want them to succeed, but we want them also to be abiding by the law.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry. I would like now to ask Secretary Rio, do you already have a draft agreement for shared tower services?
Yes.
O pumayag na ba yung mga telco dyan?
Yes, madam. December 20, we signed the first MOU, and now there are 5 who are now actually going to the telcos, and the telcos are accepting them.
Oh, so the telcos, Globe, Attorney Castelo, you agree? For example, merong mga cable companies din sa mga probinsya gustong makishare na rin dun sa tower ninyo para hindi na rin pangit na napakaraming tinatayo. Yan ba'y pinapayagan ng Globe?
Yan po ang gusto namin hong mangyari. A multiplayer environment in the TowerCo and partnerships with all the stakeholders in a particular area.
Pero who determines, Attorney Castelo, who determines the fees? Kunyari, makikikabit doon.
That's what we're talking now with the tower companies. They have, on the tower sharing side, the tower companies now giving us the pricing, their pricing for...
Who's giving you the pricing again, sir?
The prospective tower companies which signed an MOU with the DIC.
How about the existing towers that you already have? Are you sharing that also?
Yes, that's our intention.
And who determines the pricing for that?
It's still undergoing due diligence by our partner, that's Universal Bank of Switzerland. So we have not yet actually provided any pricing for that until the full evaluation has been made.
I think that's the point also of Mr. Jacinto. Because if the dominant players are also the dominant cell providers, and they will dictate how much it will be to share their towers, which might limit also the players. That's one of the risks. So how do we guarantee that they will play fairly in the market, Secretary Rio?
Just make the market forces play, all of this, the telcos have a number of choices. They will get the best in their interest. They get the best offer that each TowerCo will give them, and therefore they will go into a business transaction with them. So let market forces do this. Do not let the government choose who these 2 TowerCo will be and force the telco to just select in these 2. No?
Tama kayo, sir. Di ba parang ganito lang yan eh. Pagka pinayagan natin, maski sino, basta pumasa yung standards nila, magtayo ng cell towers, di pwedeng pumili yung mga ibang players na, okay, dito ako sa cell tower na to dahil mas mura dito kesa dun sa kabila. Kung ililimit lang natin sa dalawa pa, baka mahirapan tayo. Mr. Jacinto.
May I say something?
Yes, sir.
If we have an open tower policy at the start, what is to prevent the operators to form their own, dummy tower companies? Or if we are still allowed them to build, we are making the cause of the problem the solution. They are the cause of the problem. For 2 decades, they only built 8,000 locations, duplications, 16,000 towers. Indonesia has 250 million people, has 100,000 towers. I'm sorry, but if I'm passionate about this, Madam Chair, I would like to say this very respectfully, that we cannot allow them again to be in the driver's seat because they have failed the people. And they'll be in the driver's seat if they're allowed to own.
Yes, but sir, okay. So if you don't allow them, others will come in. What's your guarantee that they will perform better?
Okay, then you have very responsible companies, big companies. The biggest company is American Tower. They were the ones that suggested to me, only two and don't make them own.
Well,
Okay,
precisely because they want to make money, so they'll
No.
limit it to 2 players.
I understand that.
Are you being influenced by this American company?
No, it's not that. Madam Chair, the others also support it. ISOC, ATC, China Energy, the others also
Okay,
support
I
that.
think Senator Zubiri has a good point. Sir, come on, say it on record.
With all due respect, alam mo si Manong RJ is a very good family friend, but it just boggles the mind that you're
No,
against a duopoly, but we're setting up a duopoly.
Yeah. It is very hard to understand it. That's why I ask for your open mind.
No, we understand clearly,
For
but I'm
example-
giving you the benefit of the doubt that your intentions are good, sir.
Yeah. For
Because I listen
example,
to you all the time, and you play well. But
it is not true that there is no country that is limiting. It's not true what Secretary Rio said. There's no country that is limiting the tower cost. China has 3 operators, 1 tower co. Sri Lanka, 5 operators, 1 tower co. Afghanistan, 6 operators, 1 tower co.
sila ba yung mga gusto natin sundin? Ang Afghanistan is one of the slowest internet.
Excuse me. No, but China is okay.
China is not, they don't have the same democratic system as we do.
That's why.
I mean, they don't have
Vietnam-
I mean, it's a
Vietnam,
state-owned.
Cambodia, 2 tower costs, 5 players. America, okay, America, 5 dominant players, 3 tower companies. Why? Because building towers should not be influenced.
But is it the policy of the United States government to limit it to 3? No, because only 3 are
Yes.
interested.
No. They have very mature markets. We are in a dominant market play. They didn't even want to interconnect. They don't want to improve their service. We're the slowest. Why will we trust them to own the tower company?
Well, anyway, I just believe in competition. So the more the players are, the more incentive it is for them to compete and provide better service.
Madam Chair, it's
That's
only
the
for
long
4
and short
years.
of it.
Madam Chair, it's only for 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years na. May kikita dyan ng 4 years.
For an orderly
Kasi
rollout.
tama na yung 4 years kung marami ka ng kinita, di ba? Pero talo ang taong bayan dyan.
Would you like a mayor of a corrupt mayor of a town to put up his own tower co in partnership with others? Do you think he will give a permit to the others? Huh?
And, sir, first of all, okay, the mayor doesn't give a permit. This is something that the DICT and the rest will have to be able to work with the NTC and call them out. Hindi naman pwede kasi, tingnan mo, what's also stopping the mayor from making money from these two tower companies na pigilin sila para lamang makakubra? Di ba? I mean, either way, corruption is corruption. Diba? But we can't limit, again.
Yeah.
This is not the point that I'd like to harp on. I think
Yes.
we are already, but I think we both made our points here.
Madam Chair, may I
Sir.
just put one last
Sure, go ahead,
on
sir.
record. The MOUC signing is not binding. It does not mandate anybody. Now, my authority from the President is very clear. I take charge of the guidelines and oversee its implementation through the NTC, not even through the ICT. I can put it up there in the screen if you wish. So, for
Saying is, your recommendation has authority
yes,
and they need to follow it.
well,
Has the president
Well-
signed on your recommendation?
no,
Okay.
not yet. But only the cabinet can change it, not Secretary Rio.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
since anyway, we have our regular cabinet meetings, we'll come back to you after we reconcile the positions.
Yes.
General Esperon, I hear that you're also in favor of Mr. Jacinto's two-tower.
No. In fact, I've talked to them separately. They are in the two limit of Mr. Jacinto is not really up to. He can go for 5.
Correct.
Here we have 5 MOUs and probably 3 more. We'll just
Madam Chair.
we'll just come back with the final position coming from the cabinet after the cabinet meeting.
Sir,
Madam Chair, we can go 2, 3, 4, 5, fine. But they must share their existing towers, that's my recommendation. And it cannot be open to everybody. That's the cap. It has to have a cap.
Secretary Rio.
Yes, Madam Chair. The facts of IJ are somewhat misleading. No? He says Vietnam has only four telcos. Yeah, that's okay. But Vietnam has more than 20. You can check this in tower. Yes, exchange. No. Indonesia has 3 towercos. They have more than 50 tower. In fact, Madam, the way the Vietnamese and they have more towers than us, very fast. The way they did it was to offer it, in fact, to a mom and pop shop. In other words, if I am a family and I have a lot and I have the investment to put up a tower, it is much less than putting up a 3-door apartment. If I put up a 3-door apartment, I will have problem in getting tenants, maintaining it. But if I have a tower a common tower, I'm sure that forever, almost forever, the telcos will lease it. No? So this will generate, as it did in Vietnam, as it did in Indonesia, and as it did in Malaysia, it really generated a new type of investment, a new type of business.
Secretary Rio, when you build a cell tower, you have to get the permit of the DNR. Ano bang mga government agencies ang dapat mag-sign off to build a cell tower? Siguro si Attorney Cordoba. Sino-sino anong mga government agencies po ang nagbibigay ng permit para sa common towers? I mean, para sa cell towers?
Your Honors, for the radios, it's our office, but we do it very fast. And then there's, if it's near airport, you have to get permit from the CAAP.
And yung DNR ba, kinokontrol din?
I think, Your Honors, yes.
Hindi lang local government, diba? May national government component.
Yes, national government. I think, Your Honors, maybe the telcos can say, but it's a national government.
Attorney Castello, ano po yung mga
yes, ma'am. The regular permits are from the NTC, the DNR, which is the Environmental Compliance Certificate application from the Department of Health. So if you live in nearby airports, you need to have clearance from the ATO, from the Air Transportation Office. If that is beside any port or whatever, you need to get approval from the Marina or whatever agency that controls it. And then there are a lot of, if you're in Palawan, you need to get from the province council, development agency.
So marami talaga. So Attorney Castello, the fear that, it will just sprout out of nowhere is not necessarily a concern because they need to get the permit also from the DNR or the Department of Health. So let's say I'm in a subdivision and I have a parcel of land. I can't just build a cell tower there without the DOH compliance and also the homeowners, correct?
And it is being duplicated on the local government level. If you have already a DOH clearance, you would have to get a health clearance also from the LGU, an environmental clearance also from the LGU.
Okay.
So, but the permit starts from the...
So the public will understand. Can you slowly enumerate the licenses that a prospective tower builder would have to secure before they can put up one tower? Because here, part of our panel here is Senator Subiri, who has been jumping up and down with the delay because of all these licenses being granted. So, just for the record, can you enumerate how many licenses and which government agency is involved before you can put up one tower?
There's an average of 26 permits, Your Honor.
How many?
26 permits.
26 permits?
That's correct. Average, Your Honor. It can be 29 because there are...
26 permits
average.
Before you can put up one tower?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Subiri, you know, the ease of doing business.
We actually, Mr. President, with the support of Senator Drilon, to be honest, when we crafted the ease of doing business, we put up a special provision during the bicameral conference. Actually, it was during the plenary, provision on telco towers expansion. I don't have, you know what? I will get it now and read it on record. I'll find it.
Yeah, but anyway, 26, may I know if, let's say, well, you know, Vietnam or Indonesia, which has more towers than us, what are they, would the tower owners have the same problem? Or how do they solve? Maybe we can recognize Secretary Rio, because I'm concerned about this issue. Mr. Rio, Secretary Rio.
Your Honor, we don't have the exact permits needed in Indonesia, but I think it is very much less than what we have here. And in fact, Your Honor, we are now using the ease in doing business. In that MOU that we signed, we are actually now creating an interagency that will make the giving of permits very much 7 days, Your Honor, as per the law. We will abide with that, and if anybody will not abide by that, then we will use the law to really go after them. 7 days, Your Honor, not 18 months. So we are actually using now the ease in doing business, and of course, we have other laws like the free Wi-Fi law, where the ICT can put up our towers, and of course, the DICT law itself. So these 3 laws are what we are now telling the TowerCo, sign MOUs with that, we will take care of all the legal problems of government.
So are you saying that we can reduce these 26 licenses that confronts the tower, telco?
Initially, Your Honor, we may not be able to reduce that, but we will make it faster. So the 26, we can do it in 1 month. But of course, we are going to that direction to reduce really the number of towers. But the number 1 problem is really corruption. LGUs would tend to delay giving the permits if there is no...
Which is answered, Mr. President, Madam Chair, with the ease of doing business, because they can no longer delay under the law. If they do, they're in violation of the law, and very strong penalties.
In fact, if it's not complete, if the license is not issued within X number of days, it is deemed issued. Approved.
Yes.
So that is why in our MOU, we are going to enforce that, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think that we need to wrap up already the issue on the telco. Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a copy of the ease of doing business. But for all the telco players here, there is a particular section just for the telco players.
In fact, Your Honor, we were the one. The ICT was the one who put that section there. And,
it's impossible that you could put it, sir, because you're not a senator.
That is going to be part
You
of
assisted us in putting that section. But really, it was our hearings where we took that up, that the problem really on the telecommunications connections is due to the tower problem.
That was
which we took up.
Yes, Your Honor.
With all due respect, sir, kasi syempre, kami yung lawmakers. But thank you for the information.
Just to highlight the point, Madam Chair, I'm looking at this, the permits, 26, okay, dalawang pulang po yan nandito. Consent of the neighbors. Barangay resolution. Certificate of non-coverage by the EMB. Zoning clearance by the LGU. Height clearance by the CAAP. Radiation evaluation study by the DOH. Ano pa? Building permit by the LGU.
Kanina bang requirements yan? Sino nagsabi ganyan kadami?
Sa karamihan po, ma'am, sa local government code.
These are various laws, Madam Chair, which, you know, without being conscious of what was required in another law, we'll just enacted laws or somebody issued regulation. But just to continue, you have the height clearance, you have the radiation evaluation study, you have the building permit, you have the high clearance, you have the memorandum of agreement with DNR NIPAS, we have the waiver of the steward, Jesus Christ, application for free, prior, and informed consent. Eto, mamamatay ka rito. You will die before you get this, in other words. A city or municipal resolution, occupancy permit. Do you occupy towers? So, if we do not occupy towers, why do we need an occupancy permit? Really, this government is crazy. Occupancy permit, application for local power connection, mayor's permit, tower fee ordinances, LGU, special use permit for each cell site, compilation with compliance with DPWH Department Order Number 73 on right of way, permit to operate generator set, registration of generator set.
DNR, oh.
Ano ba ito? Certificate of Hazardous Waste Generator. I'm missing 6 here, but this is how stupid this system is. No wonder, I'm sure this is part of the problem. And,
Wala pa dyan yung revolutionary tax.
oh, hindi, sabi niya, wala pa daw yung revolutionary tax nito. So, but really, this, we're just taking it, with lightly because it has reached the point of being ridiculousness. And I'm sure this is not only true in the issue of cell towers. We suffer from the same difficulty all over. I suggest that, I do not know, maybe it calls for time, Senator Subiri, that we looking at the ease of doing business, I do not know if we need special legislation just for the cell tower, put it all under the DICT, or is it siya lang magbigay ng permit, and it's the responsibility to get all of these permits from everywhere, from the entire bureaucracy, rather than letting the cell tower operator or, the telco run for after 26 licenses. We should only locate it in one agency and let that agency get all of these permits from the 26 agencies we enumerate.
Precisely, Your Honor, if I may. We are actually now coming up with a one-stop shop where all of these permits will be done by us.
Problema mo is that these permits are required because of the legislation and the laws which Congress passed.
Default functions.
For example, issuance of the free informed, prior informed consent. Jesus Christ, you not move that to you, the goddamn NCIP will complain.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we must pass a law.
Yes, Your Honor.
In my view.
But pending that law, Your Honor, we will punish those who will go beyond the 7-day. Doon ho kami magtututok.
Pwede yan. Pwede. I think...
Madam Grace, just, Madam Chairperson, I just want to point out that under the ease of doing business, under Section 15, we have what we call the interconnectivity infrastructure development. This is to answer the call of the problems of the slow data and slow internet. In order to expedite the processing of licenses, clearances, permits, certifications, or authorizations, the authority, together with the DICT, shall develop a fast and reliable interconnectivity infrastructure. In relation to this, approval of licenses, etc., etc. Number 1, total of 7 working days for those issued by the barangay. 7 lang lahat. Total of 7 working days for those issued by the LGU from the council. Total of 7 working days for those issued by the National Government Association. So 7 days lang lahat. If the granting authority fails to approve or disapprove any application for license, clearances, permit, certification, etc., within the prescribed processing time, the application shall be deemed approved, provided that when the approval is a body, a legislative body, kasi minsan kukuha ka ng sanggunian approval, they only have a non-extendable period of 20 working days from application. So mag-apply ka Monday, to the Sangguniang Bayan of Makati, Sangguniang Panlungsod of Makati or Quezon City, they have only 20 working days to act upon it, of which it will be deemed approved. You will already have an approved council resolution. And it says here, continuation, for homeowners and other community clearances, the officers of the Homeowners Association shall be given 10 working days to refer to application of the members of the association pursuant to Section 10, Republic Act 9904, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Homeowners and Homeowners Association. I was also the author of that. Provided that the non-extendable period of 30 working days is granted to the Homeowners Association, which is good because now, before Rio came in, matagal yung homeowners, abot ng taon. Walang permit na binibigay, walang answer. So, in the case of disapproval, the granting authority shall notify the applicant and requesting party within the prescribed period the reasons for disapproval, as well as the remedial measures that may be taken by the applicant or requesting party. Because the time limitation does not also say it's a yes. The time limitation can be also a no. But they have to justify why they're not granting you your permit. So within 3 months, the DICT shall come up with the IRR. So ang importante dito, sir, is the DICT and the ARTA. Please remind the members of the cabinet, Mr. June, yung ARTA, until now we have no appointment of the head of the Anti-Red Tape Authority. That is the key to get all this done because the Director General of the ARTA will be the one filing cases against erring government offices. Importante talaga yan. Yan yung parang Elliot Ness natin for all these corrupt activities being done by the local government.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, I think that we've discussed quite a bit already for this third telco issue. So I'll just summarize it so you guys will be excused soon. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Dennis Uy for accepting our invitation, for being here. Importante na nakilala ka ng ating mga kababayan. Sa tingin ko naman, nakita nila na bilang Pilipino, may sinseridad rin naman tayo na gusto natin mapabuti talaga ang kalagayan ng ating bansa. Malaking tulong yung sa telco. Tama ka, talagang butas ng karayom ang pinagdaraanan mo ngayon. Hindi naman ito panghuhusga sa pagkatao mo, kundi para lang masiguro na tinutupad natin ang ating mga mandato at pinapatupad natin ang ating batas. But we wish you the best of luck because a success of any company that will be able to provide better internet service, sell service to our country is very much welcome. So, thank you again, sir, for your presence here today. Now, the DICT, through Secretary Rio, updated the committee on the major player and shape passive telecommunications infrastructure that Mislatel Consortium was declared the provisional new major player on November 7, 2018, that Mislatel committed and will endeavor to deliver 27 Mbps of internet speed in the country, hopefully, within the first rollout. Secretary Esperon committed to provide us, the committee, an assessment check background test on all involved participants of the consortium. In the timeline in late February, this is to secure the country's security vis-a-vis telecommunications in the Philippines. Minority Leader Senator Drilon questioned the background of Ms. Latel, citing its non-operation from the time 1998 when Ms. Latel was given a franchise. Please note that the binding agreement requires that the willing bidder should be operational too. There are questions too on the disbursement, on the dispersed ownership, increase in the capitalization, the share of Bank of China in the investments in Ms. Latel. But then it was answered and by Mr. Uy by saying that his other businesses also provided capital, infused capital for their investment. The new major player, NMP, was explained as a third industry player to be able to compete head-to-head against the two existing players that we have now. Commissioner Cordova admitted that the consortium did not have a legislative franchise, but they will be using the franchise of Ms. Latel. The minority leader stated for the record that the concurrent resolution approving the transfer sale control of Ms. Latel is not enough to fulfill the requirements of the binding bidding agreement, which is a franchise. Senator Zubiri committed to draft a provision that may serve as a leeway on operation and ipso facto revocation, the same subject to the committee's approval. Both the DICT Secretary and Presidential Advisor Jacinto submitted their positions on common tower policy. The chair noted that for purposes of fairness and fast internet, the committee's position is to allow market players to construct cell towers and not to limit them to just 2 players. So with that, we thank you again, our resource persons, for your presence here today. I will suspend this hearing for 10 minutes because after this, we will continue with the franchise hearings for the many different other franchises. So the rest of you are excused. 10-minute break. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. This committee will tackle 10 bills. The Committee on Public Services, our hearing is now resumed. This committee will tackle 10 bills regarding franchise applications, 6 of which are for renewal and 4 are for their first ever legislative franchises. For renewal are RT Broadcast Specialists Philippines Incorporated, Ultimate Entertainment Incorporated, TV5 Network, Vincon2 Broadcasting Corporation, Swara Sub Media Corporation, Audiovisual Communicators. We also have and then the 4 new applicants are submitted Cadiz Radio and Television Network, Basis Conversion and Development Authority under House Bill number 8667, Solar para sa Bayan Corporation under House Bill number 8179, and Magnum Air or Skyjet under House Bill number 6317. So we will begin with the radio station franchises. And then if my colleagues will agree, you have the list. The Security and Exchange Commission is the BIR here today. The KBP and also Philippine Competition Commission, National Telecommunications Commission, the Energy Regulatory. I think maybe you should introduce yourselves pala, no? Yeah, they should identify themselves first before we begin. Okay, who's representing RT Broadcast Specialist? Okay, give us a brief background on your company.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Myra Anui Tekyo, and I am the president of RT Broadcast Specialists Philippines, Inc. We broadcast out of Mindanao, specifically in Davao and Zamboanga, and our company broadcasts a Christian radio station. Our advocacy is spreading the love of God, and we seek to renew our franchise before your committee.
How many employees do you have, ma'am?
Right now, we have around 15 employees.
15. Are you aware of the new franchise provision that we encourage employment? Therefore, you will hire interns and also actually pay for the interns?
Yes, Your Honor, we are aware of that, and we are in the process of doing that. We have that program already, but we haven't ironed out the details yet.
Okay, so as long as they're paid, and then they also learn from the experience. SEC, do they have any issues with you? Any late filings or non-compliance?
None, Your Honor. In fact, it was issued a certificate of good standing by our SEC Davao Extension Office dated October 12, 2018.
Okay, thank you. NTC, do you have any issues with RT?
Your Honor, none for our RT. They are operating 3 radio stations, Your Honor, and they have paid the supervision regulation fees for 2018, Your Honor.
Okay. KBP, are they a member of the KBP?
Yes, Madam Chair. They're all members who are of good standing, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, RT Broadcast. Next, Ultimate Entertainment Incorporated. Oh, yeah, sure.
Madam Chair, is RT Broadcast Specialist a non-stock, non-profit corporation? Yeah, yes.
Your Honor, we are a stock and for-profit corporation.
You are a stock corporation or organized for commercial purposes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are the taxes paid on time and according to schedule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we have, can we have from the Secretary the profile, honestly, I would just want to inquire, for example, the taxes, that's why the first question is it a non-stock, non-profit? Obviously, it's a profit corporation. I think we are obliged to, and this is a renewal.
Senator Drilon, actually, we always invite the BIR, but most of the time they never show up. So I think that what we need to do is, pending the submission of the BIR on their standing, then we will decide on their franchise. Ma'am, unless you have a certificate to show now.
Ma'am, we do have a certificate of clearance issued by the BIR.
So is that part of the record?
Yes, ma'am. Our legal counsel has a copy.
No, is that submitted into the Senate? May you ask the Secretariat, can we have the file of this RT broadcast specialist? Huh? Ito ba? Huh? No, these are just off the record. 1 minute suspension.
1 minute suspension. I think that we should prepare the others also to submit this profile when it's your turn, so we can take a look at them.
We don't intend to delay this, Madam Chair.
Since we have the SEC here and the NTC, perhaps you can just show the page of your BIR compliance. And if you don't have it, we'll just take a note of it for the others who are up next.
Okay, Madam Chair, yes, we are being shown the tax clearance certificate for this applicant from the BIR, and on its face, they appear to be paying their taxes, so we have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Drilon. With that, we will recommend to the committee our decision, and we will just await the actual official correspondence from the BIR, since what we have is only a certificate. Or is it an original?
Wait,
We will just verify this.
Who are the main stockholders, controlling stockholders of RT Broadcast Specialist?
The controlling stockholders, as indicated in the GIS, are Rolando Tan and Mercedes Tan. They hold around 90-something percent, and they have nominated us to be the managing group already, and we have presented ourselves to the Congress to be the new applicants of the franchise. And we have been advised by Congress to transfer the ownership already. However, it was not in writing in our session with the franchise committee.
Can you, so what did the House require you to do, House of Representatives? What did it require you to submit?
No, sir. They just advised us that we should already transfer the ownership since we are the ones renewing the franchise. And we present ourselves as the applicants for the renewal. However, we have not yet transferred the franchise, knowing that there is a prohibition in the law. But the House did advise us that we may transfer the ownership so long as there is no one shareholder who will hold more than 30% of the total outstanding shares.
So when the franchise was granted, there has been a change of ownership, change of stockholders? Is that?
Sorry, sir? Again?
Since the franchise, this is a renewal of the franchise.
Yes, sir.
The original stockholders, when the original franchise was granted, are no longer the stockholders today.
No, sir, that is not right. They are still the stockholders of record.
They are still the stockholders of record, but are they the stockholders in fact, or have they ceded management control? That's what you were saying earlier?
Yes, because it is a desire of the Mercedes Tan and his son that the radio station be managed by a Christian group. So that is their desire, so they have ceded control. However, the ownership has not been transferred because of the prohibition in the franchise. So we, the new management, were the ones who applied for the renewal, and we gave our biodatas for the renewal because we will be the ones to hold ownership after the renewal.
So you are the original stockholders are still the stockholders. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But have they transferred control of the franchise to your group?
Just the management, just the operations, sir.
Just the operations. Since this is a profit corporation, are there dividends declared?
No, sir.
Because why?
There is not sufficient revenue to declare dividend.
Okay. But so there are no dividends declared?
Yes, sir.
But you are in control. I mean, when I say you...
operations, sir.
Operations.
Yes, sir.
And what is your relation to the stockholders? Are you the stockholders of record? Are you officers of the corporation?
Yes, I am the president of the corporation. Yes, that is.
You are the president?
Yes.
You do not own shares?
I own just minimal shares.
I'm sorry?
I think it's 20 shares.
Or nominal shares?
Yes, nominal shares.
So on record, who controls the corporation?
If it's according to the number of shares, it's still Mercedes Tan and Rolando Tan. Your Honor, Mercedes Tan is 92 years old, and she really has no desire to continue with the operation of the radio station. That is why there was this arrangement made.
I am not opposing this franchise, Madam Chair. I just want to put things in proper order. We're trying to figure out who is the controlling stockholders on record, and apparently there's a certain person who is 92 years old who still owns the majority, and the lady is the owner, although they're given control. May I suggest you legitimize this by letting the original owner transfer the shares to you, and if you can do this quickly and immediately, submit this proof of transfer to us, and we can include a provision in the renewed franchise recognizing the transfer to you.
Yes, we can do that, Your Honor. In fact, we have started the process after being advised by the Committee on Franchise.
Ah.
And I do hold an irrevocable SPA from the previous owners to effectuate the transfer.
May I suggest that you do it as quickly as possible because we have only 6 session days. Pag hindi po umabot ito sa, sa aming plenary,
So we do have the documents already because we have started the process. We can give it to you.
But starting the process is not enough. Please complete the process. We have no objection. We just want to put things in order. This process is within your control.
Yes, sir.
If you can hasten the process and submit it as soon as possible, and in time when the plenary would consider this franchise, we have no problems. But you are telling the truth. That's why there are some things that we must straighten out. We are not after anything. We don't think there's any objection. Just put things in proper order. Submit to us the appropriate documentation. You have a lawyer, I assume.
Yes, sir.
So just a matter of going through the process so that the franchise will be in order.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Madam
you, sir.
Chair. So we wait for that document.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Ultimate Entertainment Incorporated. The representative, please raise your hands.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. I'm Attorney Reese Labugen, Counsel for Ultimate Entertainment, Your Honor.
Can you give us a brief background on your company? How long has it been in existence? How many employees? What's your core business practice, etc.?
We operate in 3 locations, in Zamboanga, Cebu, and Davao. Our format is that it's all music, OPM music, in fact, because we don't do any commentaries, and that's the vision of the company, to cover the nation with...
AM or FM?
It's an FM radio,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. KBP, do you recognize this company? Are they part of your...
We support their application, Madam Chair. They're members of good standing as well, Madam Chair, the KP.
About and SEC, are they current?
Your Honor, apart from minor monetary penalties, we do not interpose any other objections.
So they have penalties for what violation?
Ma'am, a total of 5,600 pesos. 600 for non-compliance with the prescribed format of the Statement of Management Responsibility, which is
Okay.
in the AFS, and also for electing a chief executive officer different from the president, contrary to its bylaws.
Okay, but have they already clarified and complied with the requirements?
In this regard, we recommend that they coordinate with our company registration and monitoring department to settle the following matters and to get a certificate of good standing or certificate of no derogatory information.
Okay, we will await that before we can make any decision on the recommending the franchise renewal. BIR, do you have any BIR certificate?
Yes,
of
available,
compliance?
Your Honor.
Is it there with you now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please present it to Senator Drilon.
It's actually part of the requirements also in the lower house, Your Honor. And there was a BIR representative therein who cleared us of
Buti
that,
doon, sinisipot sila ng BIR.
Is this a renewal? This is a renewal.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
And was there a transfer of control of the corporation, the grantee of the franchise, since it was granted the franchise?
None, Your Honor.
So the original stockholders continue to be in control of the corporation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just for the record, in accordance with your journal information sheet on file with the SEC, who are the major stockholders in your company?
Viva Live Incorporated, Your Honor. And,
Sorry?
Viva Live Incorporated, Your Honor.
You want to know? Huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Who are your major stockholders? Viva Life?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's a corporation also.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so who are the stockholders of Viva Life?
The major stockholder of Viva Live, Your Honor, is Mr. Vicente R. Del Rosario Jr. And
A Filipino citizen.
yes, Your Honor.
And who else?
Um,
Si Vic Del Rosario ba ito?
yes, Your Honor. And the president of that company also, Your Honor, is Mr. Vincent Del Rosario.
Okay, so
Well, we need to hear from the SEC first. So it will be under evaluation after we receive the compliance agreement from the SEC. All right?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your
Thank you.
Honor.
you have, there are some issues raised, not major issues, but issues raised by the SEC on submission of certain documents.
As we speak, Your Honor, that we're already in the process of rectifying those issues, Your Honor.
Did you receive notice that your the license to operate as a corporation has ceased for failure to submit these requirements? Because I know that SEC automatically sends out notices saying that your license has been revoked for your failure to file your general information sheet. Did Attorney Gatdula I don't know. Oh,
Your Honor,
yeah.
if the question is...
Yeah. Yes, please.
We have not received any revocation, and if we look at the website of SEC, our company is not in the list of revoked licenses, Your Honor.
Your Honor, these are just minor penalties, and as part of the process for before the hearing for legislative franchises, we ask our company registration monitoring department to have a final look at the status of the corporation. That's why we haven't yet sent it to the to Ultimate Entertainment. But as soon as they coordinate with our CRMD, they will be assessed and formally assessed, and also will be asked to pay the corresponding penalties.
So the appropriate approvals have not been secured, is being processed, and when do you think you can finish that?
As soon as they coordinate with our CRMD,
Okay.
maybe we can...
So we'll just await for that submission before we act on this franchise?
I think, Your Honor, if we may, please, Your Honor, because as intimated by the SEC representative, Your Honor, she deemed it as minor issues, Your Honor, on the license. So we hope that our franchise can be granted renewal, or at least for the... But we are working on...
What are these documents which are lacking?
Your Honor, as cited,
Huh? Hindi ako ng SEC, oh. Hindi
Yes,
pa
sir.
raw-
It's just the wrong format in the statement of management responsibility, and that we called our president also a chairman, which is
okay.
not in the bylaws.
Nothing substantive, that's what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, yes.
Your Honor, if I may also add, in our position papers, we usually recommend that the applicants also secure a certificate of no derogatory information, or popularly known as certificate of good standing, so that they may be cleared, because it's that certification is a clearance from the SEC.
Who issues that certificate of good standing?
Our company registration and monitoring department.
Is it fair to await the certificate of good standing before the committee submits to plenary the recommendation on this particular franchise? Is that a fair requirement? In other words, baka naman 3 taon bago mo maibigay ito. Hindi naman tama yan. So we're asked specifically, the question is it a fair condition that this certificate of good standing be submitted to the Senate before we act on this?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when would that be?
As soon as they go to our office, they will be assessed and then issued a certificate of payment if they upon payment. Here.
So, payment pala, kumpanyero eh. So, kailan kayo pupunta? Pwede bang...
We will open an account with enough money, Your Honor. That's 5,000 and more.
Oh, bigyan mo na ng 5,000. Baka may dala kang ibang lipo dyan. Ibigyan mo na para... So, okay, can we expect compliance with this requirement within the next few days?
Yes, Your Honor. At the most immediate time, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
O pwede mo nang abonohan ni Mr. Tian. Okay, so we will recommend upon the fulfillment of the
exactly what is it? Certificate of?
Certificate of no derogatory information, Your
Okay.
Honor.
For that particular certificate. Next is TV5 Network Incorporated under House Bill number 8630 and Senate Bill number 2129. Who will do the...
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. I'm Vincent Reyes, Chot. I'm the President and CEO of TV5. With me is our CFO, Anna Bengzon, and our legal counsel, Attorney Jackie Cruz. Yes, Your Honor.
So give us a brief background on TV5.
Our current franchise is to expire in December of this year. That's why we are putting it before the Senate to renew for another 25 years. As you know, we are a network that has been in operation for the past 10 years now under the new management, and we desire to continue our objectives, mostly to serve the public, inform them with our very strong news department, News and Public Affairs Department. We are also very strong in the sports category, being able to deliver a lot of sports content for the Filipino audience, and we would respectfully request that we be allowed to continue that for hopefully the next 25 years.
SEC, do we have any non-compliance?
We interpose no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, how about the NTC?
And for NTC, Your Honor, they have valid radio station licenses for all of their TV stations, and they have paid 56.9 million in supervision regulation fees for 2018, Your Honor.
Wow, okay, and KBP, Mr. Basbanyo?
TV5, Madam Chair, is one of the most active members of the KBP, and we fully support their application, Madam Chair.
And on a personal note, I'd also like to thank, actually, TV5 for venturing into the entertainment industry or sports. We really need more players so that there's not a monopoly or a duopoly. And I know that you've also had to go through a lot of struggles to keep this, but it's given a lot of, at least members of the entertainment industry, an option, and not just a limited option.
May I add, Madam Chair, they're #1 now TV station in sports. They're the leader in sports. And it's timing that we're hosting the SEA Games, and I'm sure they'll be giving 24/7 coverage of SEA Games. So at least we congratulate them for being #1 sports coverage. That's why their head is a former Gilas Pilipinas head coach, who I'm a big fan of.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Since you are an existing franchise and corporations, I assume you've audited financial statements.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have they been submitted? Is it part of
Yes,
our records?
it's all part of the information package.
1 minute.
Can, no, but when you began, before TV5, what was the name of the franchise? Who was holding the franchise? Was it Home Cable?
Original.
Home Cable muna, di ba? Bago
No, it's ABC. ABC Development Corp.
ABC.
It's always been ABC Development Corp.
And then, when you assumed ownership, were you able to notify Congress?
TV5, ABC, ABC TV5. Di ba?
Your Honor, there were some entities above the operating and franchise company. That was the point of entry.
Ano po, pakiulit.
There were some holding company entities above the enfranchised company, and those were the ones that were acquired.
This is a question from our majority leader asked me to ask. How profitable is TV5? That's not a question, that's a question of...
I will allow the CFO to.
Not very. As you know, it has been very challenging for us. But having said that, over the past couple of years, our losses have been drastically reduced to a very manageable level. And as you know, we're very new in the industry, being here only for 10 years. And that's why we feel we are seeing a definite direction towards profitability, but we need the renewal. That's why to be able to eventually get over the hump.
And you are confident that during this period of renewal, you can recover from the losses that you have incurred?
Yes, Your Honor.
On the 20th year, on the 21st year?
Hopefully, much less than that.
Would the non-renewal of a franchise of another TV station help your profitability, in your view?
It's going to be written off as a loss, obviously, but that's why...
You don't have to answer that. I will not burden you with answering that question. Anyway, we have no objections to this franchise, the renewal of the franchise, Madam Chair.
The Chair will recommend the renewal of the TV5 franchise. And
move for its approval, Madam Chair, committee level.
And we will talk to our other members. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Next is VIMCON2 Broadcasting Corporation under House Bill number 8668.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. I am Gerard Seno, the President of VIMCON2 Broadcasting Corporation. First of all, let me express the thanks of the VIMCON2 Broadcasting Corporation and the staff of Radio DYLA for the opportunity of giving us to present the case for the renewal of the BBC franchise. We must also thank the members of the committee for and on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of workers for whom DYLA is the only radio station that can be relied on to speak for their troubles and plights from the perspective of workers themselves. VIMCON2 has prided itself as the voice of the workers, or tingog sa mamumuo. About 41 years of its first broadcast, BBC remains a relevant broadcast network in Cebu. Its AM station, DYLA Cebu, has been ranked 5th in the 2017 top local radio stations in Cebu conducted by the AGB Nielsen Media Research Philippines, a market research firm in the country specializing in broadcast media. DYLA was also successively awarded by the Cebu Archdiocesan Mass Media Awards in 2015 and 2017 for Best News Program and Best in Radio Commentary Program. BBC also takes pride in having produced top caliber broadcasters in the likes of former Press Secretary Serge Remonde, ABS-CBN Central Visayas top anchor Leo Lastimosa, among others. DYLA has a wide coverage from Central Visayas to Eastern and Western Visayas. The FM station, for its part, the DYWF, covers only the city and municipalities of Cebu Province and some parts of the Central Visayas region. News and public affairs, with special focus on all issues affecting workers and their families, is the core of the BBC programming. Take note that the bread and butter issues and quality of life issues affect the ordinary workers and their families. Further, the BBC strives to pursue balanced news and responsible commentaries. Since 1967, the VIMCONTO has spoken on the issues which revolve around social disparity and economic inequality. We continue to do so in a society where labor productivity of workers, which have contributed to 16 years of GDP growth, has not been reciprocated with an increase in real wages. Currently, BBC speaks to our listeners on the epidemic scale of contractual work. We interview workers who speak about the insecurity and precariousness of endo work. We communicate the sense of the 80% of our society on the indecency and unfairness of the top 10% in our society, owning 80% of the national wealth. We report on violations of occupational safety and health standards, and we focus on the measly value of the minimum wages of workers in the face of the inflationary spike in the prices of goods and services. We say this before the members of this honorable committee because the truth is DYLA and VIMCONTO Broadcasting Corporation are not just like any of the other radio corporations who seek their congressional franchises. While the capital outlay is only 10 million, we seek commercial sponsors to survive and to ensure that our dedicated staff have decent employment. And when BBC has such a mission, it doubly becomes difficult for BBC to keep commercial sponsorship on board from corporations who, to say the least, are allergic to advocacy on workers and workers' rights. But advertisers will have to deal with us as we are. We in the VIMCONTO Broadcasting Corporation are not like all the other typical media corporations. From the very start, the articulation of the struggles facing Filipino working men and women was built deeply into the DNA of the BBC. We believe that we must speak truth to power. So we affirm that we believe BBC must bring to the public discourse in radio. We believe that it is the task of BBC to speak for all those workers who still have no voice in our own society.
Sir, yeah, I find your presentation very interesting, but please wrap it up.
Thank you. In other words, Madam Chair, the BBC, this is our third application for the renewal of our franchise. We first went on air in 1967. This is the only radio station that is owned and operated by a labor organization in the country, Your Honor.
Actually, this is quite unique among all the other applications that we've received for franchise, and I feel that not only do you deserve renewal, but I think it's really a service to our workers. And so we thank you for your continued interest in the broadcast industry to give a voice to our labor groups and individuals. So SEC, any comments?
Your Honor, we interpose no objection. In fact, it was issued a certificate of good standing last January 16, 2019.
Thank you, ma'am. NTC?
Your Honor, they have paid the latest supervision regulation fees. They were found to have operated with expired radio station license in 2008, but the station license has been renewed and is now current. They paid the fines, Your Honor.
How much?
Very small.
Very small,
fines.
okay. KBP, are they a member of the KBP?
Yes, Madam Chair, an active member as well. No? We fully support their application. Our former chairman, Sir Simon, is from this network, and it's true that they have really, I think they're one of a kind in the entire country, catering to the needs of the workers. So we fully support their application, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Basbanyo. Do you have a BIR compliance certificate or clearance?
Yes, Your Honor, we submitted our tax clearance certificate dated January 21, 2019.
All right. So my colleagues, Senator
I'm just curious. This is owned by the Associated Labor Union?
It is one of the stockholders or incorporator, Your Honor.
Okay, so who is the majority owner on record? Is it, I just want to be clarified. I'm just curious how the ownership structure is, given the fact that you said this is owned by a labor union.
Yes, Your Honor, our corporate secretary and legal counsel.
Yes, please. By the way, are you the son of Cecilio or Anwar?
Yes, sir.
Oh? What?
Your Honors, please. The majority stockholder of the corporation is the Associated Workers Foundation, Inc., and the Associated Labor Unions.
So it is a foundation who owns the shares?
And the Associated Labor Unions.
And the union itself?
Yes, Your Honor.
ALU?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And this has been the case since franchise was granted to these
Yes,
to
Your Honor.
Vincom 2? Yeah?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, what does Vincom 2 stand for?
BIMCONTO, Your Honor, means Visayas Mindanao Confederation of Trade Unions. This was put up by the...
Hindi po alam kasi ng aking majority
I'm
leader
sorry.
yan.
This is Cebu, basically in Cebu, Your Honor.
Yeah. So it's DYLA. That's the flag. Yeah. Kaya nga.
Yes, that's the radio station, Your Honor.
Yes. And how much is the assets of this corporation?
The authorized capital stock is 10 million, Your Honor.
Yeah, the authorized capital stock. Yeah, but what's the total assets? Paid up shares, equipment, etc. Is it in the record? Is it in the part of the submission that you gave?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll just check the records. Okay, so, thank you.
Allowed me to take over on our part. Mr. President, with my colleagues, all their documents seem to be in order, so it's being submitted for committee, for plenary approval.
We have no objection to the submission for approval.
Thank you. Congratulations also.
Thank you for your support, Your Honor.
We'll take up the next one on the list is Swara Sug Media Corporation under House Bill number 8670. This is also an interesting name, Your Honor. Swara Sug Media Corporation. This is of Pastor Kibuloy. He's right here.
Dr. Marlon Rosete, Swara Sug. Tinatanong po ng aking majority leader na bang ibig sabihin ng Swara Sug?
People by the sea, Your Honor. People by the sea. Because it started in Zamboanga.
Is that a dialect or language or Swara Sug? Bisaya na?
No. Malay. Malay.
Malay. Okay. It's Malay.
Swara Sug means people by the sea.
Yes.
Means people by the sea.
Yeah. They are actually representing the radio TV stations of Pastor Kibuloy, Apollo Kibuloy of Davao. Yeah, so I watch almost once or twice a week at night. I love their Kingdom Mountain, Prayer Mountain. So maybe we can ask the regulatory bodies first on the part of the NTC. Are there any objections on the part of the National Telecommunications Committee?
Your Honor, they are compliant. They have paid the latest supervision regulation fees, Your Honor. We recommend the renewal.
On the part of the SEC, attorney?
They're compliant and we interpose no objection, Your Honor.
On the part of the KBP?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we fully support the application, though it's only now that I've learned that Sorasog pala, thanks, Mr. President, means people by the sea. Sorry for that. We're behind them, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions from my dear colleague?
May we get a briefing of this applicant? give us a brief description of the company?
Okay. Swarasug started in 1995 and since then have evolved from a traditional media company to a media company driven by modern technologies. Throughout all these years, Swarasug continues to reinvest into itself to ensure that its service to the nation is on par with world-class standards. We currently operate on a nationwide reach, 15 AM radio stations, 4 FM radio stations, and a network of 14 UHF TVs and 7 digital TVs throughout the country from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao with 420 employees nationwide. Our programming context is a mix of news and public affairs programs to enrich the discussions for social inclusiveness among the citizenry. Swarasug, as mentioned, is the media arm to reach and preach for the goodwill of all and the propagation of faith. With Swarasug's growth as media company, we sincerely implore Your Honor so that its mission shall continue to be fulfilled for years to come. Thank you.
Are you a stock corporation, a profit corporation? You are a commercial corporation for
Yes.
commercial purposes?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how long have you been in commercial operation?
Since 1995, Your Honor.
Since 1995. And how many, you said you operate 15 AM stations, 4 FM stations? Okay. And what?
Seven,
Yeah?
seven digital
7 digital TV, yeah.
and 14 UHF
Four?
TV.
UHF.
14.
What is your net total assets? And
Yes, our
yeah, please.
Our net asset for 2017 is 131 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And
our capital, authorized capital stock is 50 million.
okay. And who are your major stockholders?
The Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
Sorry?
The Kingdom of Jesus Christ, Your Honor.
Your main stockholder is the Kingdom of Jesus Christ.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask next. Who are in the kingdom?
It's a congregation, Your Honor. Religious congregation.
Yeah, but when you're a corporation, I assume.
Yes, sir.
When you submit your general information sheet to the SEC, there is an enumeration of stockholders. You said that the Kingdom of Jesus Christ is your stockholder. How is that listed in the general information sheet in the SEC?
Your Honor, it is registered as a corporation sole. Sorry? Corporation sole, a religious corporation sole. It is duly licensed with the SEC.
The corporation code is a law. Part of the requirement for the continued existence of the corporation is the submission of a general information sheet. And the general information sheet would require who are the shareholders. And that is why we want to know who are the shareholders, and especially that you are trying to renew your franchise, and it is certainly in the public interest that the committee and Congress be informed as to who are the stockholders and the owners of the corporation. So, who are the listed owners of the corporation? You said the Kingdom of Jesus Christ. I don't think that will be accepted by the SEC if you list your stockholder as the Kingdom of Jesus Christ. Attorney Santos keeps on smiling. You stop smiling. So, who are the members of the kingdom?
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes,
the
please.
Kingdom of Jesus Christ is a duly licensed corporation sole registered.
Oh, a
So-
corporation soul.
Yes po, yes, Your Honor. It is
I
duly
see.
licensed with the SEC.
I see. Corporation soul, yeah. Did not realize that you are a corporation soul. I see.
Yes, Your Honor. It was
Okay. You
re-
should have, okay.
Yes, sir. We have a certificate of good standing from the
Yes,
SEC, Your
yes,
Honor.
yes. I was just wondering, had you said you corporation soul earlier, we would have understood it and not ask all those questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Floor Leader. With that, all the records seem to be in order, and they're deemed to be in order, that the application of Swara Sug Media Corporation under House Bill number 8670 is deemed submitted for plenary action. Congratulations.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Your
sir.
Honors. Thank you, Your Honors.
My best to Pastor.
Thank
also.
you, Your Honors.
And on that day to take up the next item on the agenda, this is Cadiz Radio and Television Network under HBN 8634. We'd like to ask, with the permission of my colleagues, is the representative here today from Cadiz? Oh, he left. He had asked permission. Yeah, he had asked permission earlier if he could leave. It was Representative Cuervo was here. May we just ask the SEC or the documentation of Cadiz Radio Television Network? All right, everything in order?
We interpose no objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. With the NTC as well?
Your Honor, there are no deficiencies noted for this company, so we recommend the renewal of the franchise, Your Honor.
So ask the KBP, it's a member of
They were a member, Mr. Chair, but they're coming back, so we support their application.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleague?
Is this a privately owned corporation or a corporation owned where the stockholder are the local government units? Yeah, because it's Cadiz Radio Television Network. We just want to know if this is a GOCC or the local government unit of
We can ask for a 1 minute suspension, Ms. President. Madam Chair.
Session resumes. Attorney Gatula, you already answered. Are they current, and then the rest? Okay. They already explained to us actually the core
Yes, yes.
business model and also their outreach. So
Yes, Madam
it's really a
Chair.
community station.
Yes. And so, Madam Chair, with that, with all the documentation all cleared and regulatory bodies clearing them, we move that the franchise for Cadiz Radio Television Network deemed submitted for plenary discussion and approval.
Yes, and I second that. All right. Next is Basis Conversion and Development Authority under House Bill number 8667. The representative, please identify yourself. Ma'am.
Your Honors, good afternoon. I'm Attorney Nena Radok, Senior Vice President and CFO of BCDA. Our President, CEO, Mr. Vince Dison, wishes to apologize for not attending this hearing. He was here this morning but had to leave for another important schedule this afternoon.
I guess, please clarify, itong Basis Conversion and Development Authority, ano ba ito? Is this a power company?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Distribution.
BCDA is a government-owned corporation created under the law RA 7227, and we are here to ask for a legislative franchise for the operation, construction, maintenance of our power distribution system in areas.
Of your what?
Power distribution system.
Your
Your
power
Honor.
distribution system, okay.
This power, Your Honors, was already in our, used to be under BCDA in our RA 7227 law. But when the EPIRA law was passed, this power was, for unknown reason, removed. And BCDA is undertaking its very important project, the development of New Clark City, which we envision to be the first smart, green, and disaster resilient city in the Philippines. And the first phase of this development would involve the construction of National Government Center and also the sports facilities needed for the SEA Games that will be held this November of this year. Therefore, Your Honors, it is of utmost importance and urgent need that we be given this franchise so that we would be able to develop, construct, and maintain the power distribution system in New Clark City.
But is this only within a particular area?
All areas, Madam Chair, that are under the jurisdiction of BCDA under the law, except with the exception of the Subic-Clark Freeport Zone.
Because Clark and Subic will not be under this?
It will still be under this.
But sinabi mo, with the exception
of Subic. Subic, Madam Chair.
Only Subic?
Subic.
Why? Who has the
Subic.
distribution authority there?
It will be exempted from the coverage of the franchise law that we are asking. Also, on their request also, that they be excluded from the franchise that we are asking.
Madam Chair, first this franchise will be operated by the BCDA as a government entity.
Yes, Your Honors.
It does not involve any private interest.
Our intention, Your Honors, is really to work with the private partner to operate this as a joint venture with the private owner.
Oh, yeah.
And we just...
So you have no intention to operate this as BCDA?
Not as BCDA alone, Your Honors.
Who is the private owner? Because we're granting the franchise to BCDA. So therefore, coming in, you have to be transparent on who will be part of this franchise.
Yes, Madam Chair, we just held a competitive selection process for our partner for the joint venture, and the winner is Meralco, the consortium of Meralco Marubeni. And our
Meralco?
Meralco Marubeni, Your Honor.
Meralco or
Meralco.
Meralco and Marubeni.
Consortium.
Okay, but the majority owner of this is?
Meralco Marubeni,
Hindi.
Your Honor.
Ang BCDA pa rin ang may-ari. No?
BCDA owns 10% of the joint venture, Your Honor. And our contribution to the joint venture is the value of our franchise. The private sector will be the one to fund and operate these public utilities that are envisioned to be smart and green.
Madam Chair, I think, well, I do not know, but this is the first time I am being confronted with the situation. The way I understand it, it is BCDA who is applying for a franchise to distribute power in the areas where BCDA operates, except Subic now. But you are the applicant, but the one who will actually operate the franchise is a joint venture.
Yes, Your Honor.
where you are only 10%.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have problems in my mind of that setup because, in effect, the franchise will be operated by somebody, some other entity. It is admitted on the record that the contribution of the applicant is the value of the franchise. That raises to me some issue. If this can be done, it might set some precedent where government-owned and controlled corporations will secure a franchise, and it should not be difficult because they are government-owned, publicly owned. But they turn around and contribute as their capital the value of the franchise. Para pong binibenta mo yung privilege that Congress grants to you because you securitize the license. This is a little, I really have problems if I understand the setup correctly.
Your Honor, that was not the intention of BCDA, meaning we're not here to make money or to gain financially from this franchise. The reason... Yes.
Not you gaining from the franchise, but your joint venture partner.
Sino po ba may-ari? I mean, they may be contributing capital, but in paper, who will own this company? Who's the majority holder?
It will be, we have formed as the terms of reference that we have done, it will be owned 90% by the private sector.
Okay. Ma'am, thank you for your transparency. We will suspend the discussion on the BCDA franchise.
Yes, because this is I don't know if we have been confronted with a similar situation in the past. I don't recall any.
Maybe our committee will have to have a presentation from Mr. Dizon to clarify the matter, and you know already our questions for that.
So,
parang medyo nakakalito. Sir, you want to add something? Please
Madam,
identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Dion Kamangwer, the transaction advisor of the BCDA. Just as a precedent case po, Transco and NGCP went through the same situation. So Transco was the government agency that secured its franchise, and then NGCP, which was the private entity, ended up operating Transco. So that's the similar precedent case for this transaction.
I just want time to review all the legal principles and policy considerations involved because this can set a precedent. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I'm just saying I just want to know what we are getting into because in the future, if this is cited, we do not know if this is the correct policy that we should follow.
Thank you, Senator. We just need clarity. Okay, we're not. We don't suspect anything that you might be intentionally doing, but we just have to be clear with it. Okay, moving forward. So for that, we will suspend first our recommendation, and maybe we can just have our presentation from Mr. Dizon, and then we can recommend to the committee based on that. Next is solar para sa bayan. The representative, please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Leandro Leviste, and I would actually be grateful if I could reduce my time to speak in order to give way to representatives of consumer groups from towns that are unserved and underserved to speak about the public benefit of this bill.
But do you have something to say first before we call them? We would like to hear from you first.
Yes, I would, of course, be
To hear
glad
from
to.
the applicant first.
Yes, explain to us, is solar para sa bayan?
Yes, ma'am. I would be glad to. I would just like to check though if there will be time because these people have come from provinces far away.
We will determine that.
Okay.
Right.
So there's a brief video here po, to start.
Talagang problema ng buong province ng Occidental yung kuryente. Bukod sa hindi tuloy-tuloy, mahal pa.
May mga anak, hawak mo lang dalawang flashlight.
Marami-rami na rin yung oras na may kuryente, pero talagang yung brownout ay bahagi na ng buhay namin dito.
Nangyayari pala is yung supply kulang na sa demand.
Before us are 6,000 solar panels manufactured in Santo Tomas, Batangas that has been able to lower the cost of solar energy so that it doesn't even need any subsidies. We also are using batteries from Tesla, the first such installation in Asia, to ensure that even on a rainy day, we'll be able to provide 24-hour power. All of these combined allows us to offer power at 1/2 the cost of the electric cooperative in the neighboring towns of Mindoro.
Maraming salamat po. Malaking tulong po ito, lalong-lalo na sa peace and order situation po natin.
Maraming salamat at sa napili ninyo ang bayan ng Paluan.
Maliwanag yung mga ilaw, tapos yung sound system namin ay okay na rin siya magbigay ng tunog.
Salamat Solar para sa bayan!
Not only will the local people benefit from better service at lower cost, but that the entire Philippines will no longer need to subsidize as much as 20 billion pesos per year for expensive diesel generators.
Thank you, Mr. Levista. I would like to commend you for this presentation, at least coming here prepared to explain what you're doing. And I'd also, as you requested, give time. You have supporters here in the gallery?
Ma'am, they're not exactly our supporters.
Madam Chair, before that, can Mr. Levista describe to us what is
Yes, actually,
the
Honorable
company, what franchise are you seeking from us, why should we grant the franchise, what et cetera, et cetera. This one, we may be part of it, but we would like to know what is the details on the corporation which is seeking this franchise, who are the stockholders, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, Honorable Sir. We have a slideshow prepared. This is just the introductory video. So if you can go to the next slide. So first, we are very grateful for your time, and I will shorten my remarks in hopes that others may have the time to speak, because some of them have come from as far away as remote towns of Palawan, Mindoro, and Masbate to be here. The following is NEA data showing provinces with the highest % of people without electricity, with the most outages, and with the highest rates of electricity, which happen to be the provinces with the highest levels of poverty. Kaya maaari hong sabihin na isang sanhi ng kahirapan ang masamang serbisyo ng kuryente. Next slide, please. The government is spending over 20 billion a year on missionary electrification subsidies, as much as 50 billion in total subsidies for electric utilities. And the existing qualified third-party program has served only 3 barangays in 18 years by only one company at up to 40 pesos per kilowatt hour. Solar para sa Bayan has, in the last year, brought 24/7 power to 12 towns of an estimated 200,000 people. the first time so many have been given electricity at such low cost with zero government subsidies. I would like to cite the support this has received from consumers. The Inquirer editorial board on October 1, 2018 wrote, "What is wrong with giving a private firm the non-exclusive right to construct small solar battery grids at no cost to government? It will provide consumers, particularly in rural areas, an alternative electricity supplier and perhaps pave the way for more competition in the power industry. That in turn will hopefully bring down prices. Opposing novel initiatives such as this will only institutionalize the inefficiencies of electric utilities to the continuing detriment of Filipino consumers." This bill is already paving the way for others, and there should be no doubt this is non-exclusive, and we are glad that in fact there have been many solar SMEs that have had caucuses and are planning to jointly file for franchises in the coming Congress, and there has even already been one company that filed for another franchise in the lower house, demonstrating this is non-exclusive and intended to pave the way for others to help in this collective effort. And lastly, there has been close to 2 million likes, comments, and shares on our Facebook page expressing support for this, including over 350,000 on one post thanking Congress for passing this bill. This reflects a recent survey of Pulse Asia showing that 82% of Filipinos are asking for new choices for electricity, of which 78% are in Luzon, 84% in Visayas, and 83% in Mindanao, all wanting new options. So I would therefore like to end this presentation and hope that we can all agree that this is hopefully not going to be about my company, another company, or any particular company, but be about what is in the interest of the Filipino people. Thank you.
So, Mr. Leviste, who are the owners of your company, and what's the company name?
Solar para sa Bayan is wholly owned by myself, and I'd like to note that this is separate from our main company of Solar Philippines, because the former, or the latter rather, is more commercial in nature, and Solar para sa Bayan is focused on serving marginalized areas or areas where there is a poor quality of electric service.
So how much capital do you need to be able to roll this out?
The beauty of distributed technologies like this is that it's very scalable. Our first solar battery mini grid in the video cost us over 100 million pesos to put up. Some systems can be much smaller, some systems can be much larger, and we can do it in a few towns, we can do it in many towns, depending on where the market is. But it's very scalable, ma'am. So if you can ask the question, how much will be required for the entire industry in totality to fully electrify our country, it would be a large sum. But it definitely needs many companies to pitch in that collective effort.
So where are you getting your capital?
That's a good question, ma'am. Our company, Solar Philippines, has much larger capacity, and the income from that company, I am reinvesting into this company. So to date, Solar para sa Bayan has spent more than 200 million pesos across the various projects in which it is operating, and losing a lot of money with every additional connection that we make. I think if approached from a traditional business perspective, it would not be a justifiable endeavor, especially if there are many who would make it more difficult along the way, which is why we're applying for this franchise so that we can more effectively reach these communities, and that in the hope of, over the long term, allowing the economies in these areas to grow so that the market can become more viable once the incomes of these consumers increase.
But the first, the company that you mentioned, which is more commercial, when did you establish this? And has it started actually making money for you to have the capital to invest in solar para sa bayan?
Yes, ma'am. I established Solar Philippines in December 2013 officially, And the company has, if I'm not mistaken, over 10 billion pesos in assets right now, and
10,
over 10 billion in
10
assets.
billion.
And in its power generation projects has, if I'm not mistaken, more than 400 million pesos in net income per year. So, ang sinasabi po ng iba, dapat yung mga dividendo doon, gamitin lang namin sa ibang negosyong kikita. Imbes na gamitin namin sa negosyong kikita, pinapasok po namin sa mga investments sa mga bayan katulad ng Paluan Occidental Mindoro, Claveria Masbate, at Dumaran, Palawan.
So, would my
okay.
colleague want to hear the other?
I have received the position papers from the Philippine Rural Electric Cooperative Association. Are they around? Okay, you are.
Your Honor, I'm Paul Pineda, Managing Director of PhilReca, and with me is our legal counsel consultant, Attorney Rivera.
Okay, I have received position papers from your group. May the chair would you want to place this of record? Because until this is recorded, it's just a position paper that's submitted to my office.
Yes, Your Honor.
This position paper was submitted to the committee?
Not yet. I'm not aware of it being submitted in our office. Perhaps it has been, but I haven't read it. So can you give us a summary of what your position paper is about?
Yes, Your Honor. We submitted it via the email address Senate Public Services, I think, and we're going to send it. We have print copies here. So anyway, the executive summary is, but PhilReca is the organization of 121 rural electric cooperatives nationwide. And as such, we push for the advocacies of the ECs and as well as the member consumer owners. Our opposition to the House bill can be summarized as follows. This is just the executive summary. Number one, Solar Para sa Bayan Corporation cannot offer cheaper and more affordable electricity and energy cost. Instead, it will only charge the consumers at a higher rate, which it actually does in reality, because while it initially claims in the presentation that it will only charge around half of the cost of nearby electric cooperatives, and as shown in the presentation of Mr. Liviste, the highest rate that we have is 15 pesos, so I assume it's around 750. The truth is, it's charging even up to 15 kilowatt per hour. We have submitted the receipts, and we have a lot of receipts here from Paluan consumers. We have, it is indicated the rate of they are charging the consumers. Number two, granting a franchise to operate in an area where an existing distribution utility operates is a violation of IPIRA, not only in letter but also in spirit. Distribution utilities are natural monopolies because of the necessity to keeping costs low. Solar Para sa Bayan Corporation, if granted a national franchise to operate as a distribution facility, will then construct duplicate distribution system for the sake of competition and redundant facilities to serve the same customers. The resultant cost of this duplication and the provision for the distribution utilities profit will be recovered, of course, from its customers in the form of electric distribution rates, and surely this would not be cheap. Number three, Solar Para sa Bayan does not need, in our opinion, it does not need the legislative franchise to participate in the power industry, as the existing regulatory frameworks on the entry of private sector participation, or PSP, and qualified third party, or QTP, are already in place. In fact, this is DOE has released a lot of memorandum on this. It is also indicated in our full position paper. And finally, it will violate the Section 1 of the Article 3 of the Constitution on the guarantee of equal protection of the laws. The powers and privileges of other franchise holders, existing holders, are clearly defined in their franchise areas, particularly designated and identified. In contrast, SPSBC shall be authorized to engage in all kinds of business activities in generation, transmission, and distribution of electric power anywhere in the Philippines. The failure on the part of the other franchise holders to comply with their respective franchise obligations will constitute as a valid ground for the revocation of their respective franchise. SPSBC, on the other hand, will not be subject to the same penalty. We just want to be clear, we are not against affordable, clean, and renewable energy. We are just against the violations that we see and the shortcomings of House Bill 8179. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pineda. So maybe we'll, in the interest of fairness, maybe we can ask one of their consumers here, just one, to represent. O tumayo po yung mga magre-represent dito sa solar ng bayan. Tumayo po kayo. So, Mr. Leviste, who would you want to speak on your behalf?
Perhaps the representative from Paluan, Occidental Mindoro.
Okay. Please identify yourself, sir.
Magandang hapon po. Ako po si Jeffrey Huertas, kalihim ng Sangguniang Bayan ng Paluan, Occidental Mindoro.
Sige po.
Okay. I just want this to be short, sweet, and concise.
That's exactly what we want here as well. Thank you.
Paluan was under the underserved and unserved. Bakit ko po nasabi yon? Kasi halos umabot po kami sa walang kuryente sa Paluan. Nakagisna namin yan. At sinabi nila na kami nasa franchise area ng Umeco. Isang electric cooperative po. But for the entire years, habang lumalaki po kami ay hindi naman po naramdaman ang serbisyo ng Umeco. So to make the story short po, noong ang NAPOCOR 2016 ay sinabi na po sa amin na kami ay tatanggalan na ng supply ng kuryente. It was Solar para sa Bayan who took the risk for us. So sinalo po nila kami. Ang sabi po ng electric cooperative sa amin, masyado kaming malayo at kakaunti ang tao o household sa aming bayan. So kami po ay natanggihan ng sinasabi pong electric cooperative na kami ay under sa prangkisa nila. Ano po? Then sabi ko nga po, Solar para sa Bayan took the risk for us when the electric co-op declined to help us even though we are in their franchise area. Now, why we are supporting Solar para sa Bayan? Una, malinis, epesyente, na hindi namin naranasan at kaya ko pong sabihin, mura po talaga yung kuryente sa amin. Kumpara po sa iba, generation cost-wise po, may resibo po na magpapatunay dyan o yung statement po namin, 16 pesos lamang po ang generation cost. Pero binibigay pa po sa amin ng Solar para sa Bayan sa mas murang halaga. On the first 40 kilowatt, 8 piso lamang po. Pag lumampas po doon, saka po napasok yung 11.56. Lastly, proud po akong sasabihin sa inyo to. Nagawa ng isang Filipino company na Solar para sa Bayan sa Paluan na maging maayos, epesyente ang serbisyo sa amin. Nakilala ang Paluan, ang Solar para sa Bayan sa Southeast Asia as the first microgrid in Southeast Asia na nagsusupply po ng kuryente. Bakit hindi po natin iparanas sa ibang lugar na katulad namin dati na naging hindrance ang growth? Naapektuhan po ang full potential ng Paluan with regards to health, education, business, tourism, and peace and order. Pero dahil sa pagtatayo po ng planta ng Solar para sa Bayan sa amin, unti-unti na po kami nakakabangon. And sabi nyo nga po kanina, kagalang-galang, Madam Chair, kung may kompetisyon, mas mumura ang presyo. Pangalawa, tiyak ang consumer po ang panalo. Tayo mga Pilipino, kailan po natin tatanggalin yung pagkakagapos natin sa pangit na serbisyo at masamang serbisyo ng kuryente? Naniniwala po ako, yung batas na gusto nating ipasa ngayon, yung House Bill 8179, ang magiging dahilan para matanggal yung pagkakagapos ng mga bayan na katulad namin noon na ma-meet po yung maximum potential. Yun po yung pinapakiusap namin sa inyo dito sa Senado para po ito sa aming consumer, para po sa ating lahat na Pilipino.
Maraming salamat. Nais kong malaman kung paano ngayon yung sinasabi mo mas bumuti na yung serbisyo. So, doon ba sa lugar ninyo pwedeng magkaroon ng refrigerator, magkaroon ng aircon, lahat solar?
Opo. Kasi,
Kaya ha?
opo, sa aming pong bahay, dati ako po ay hindi naka-aircon.
Ngayon?
Ngayon, may aircon na po kami, which is nakatulong po sa health ko kasi bawal ako ma-expose sa masyadong alikabok. May ref na po kami. Ang isang bayan po, nakatulad po ng Sablayan, maaari kasi, may isa po kasi dati sa akin, ang sinabi sa akin, I don't care about your story, but my story is the story of my town. Na nagmula sa walang kuryente, digaser, naging 1 oras, 2 oras, nagkaroon ng brownout na paulit-ulit. Ngayon na-enjoy na namin yung kuryente. Until now, I can speak, Sablayan Occidental Mindoro, hindi sila makabuo ng yelo. Sa buong Occidental Mindoro, nag-brown out gawa po nung bagyo. Kami lamang po sa Paluan ang nananatiling may kuryente.
Doon ba, ito bang setup ng solar service, kailangan may solar panels rin kayo o hindi? Tinatransmit lang?
Yung setup po nila sa amin, wala po kaming solar panel sa ibabaw ng bubong. Isa po silang malaking planta na katulad po ng pinaresenta kanina.
Tapos, tinatransmit lang
Tapos, tinatransmit po sa aming mga bahay.
Okay, ito yung sinabi mo, no, na kahanga-hanga na ginagawa nila, na binabayad lang ninyo 8 pesos, pero actually, generation cost is like 15, di ba? So, ibig sabihin, lugi kayo. Eh, bakit tayo, I mean, syempre, pag sinabi mong sustainable, hindi lang naman environment yan. So, we're looking long-term. How will you be able to sustain that? If you're reaping losses, eh baka hindi kayo magtagal. Paano yan?
Thank you very much for that question, ma'am. I see 3 ways that the projects can become viable. The first and worst scenario for consumers would be if we charge them the true cost. Maski wala nang kita, yung tunay na gastos ay mga 16 piso per kilowatt hour sa
Magkano
diesel.
ba yung regular power? Magkano per kilowatt hour ngayon?
It ranges po from, sa Omeco area po, yung pinakamalapit sa kanila, I think it's 10 to 11 pesos per kilowatt hour.
Okay.
If I may explain, that is based on the subsidized rate of Napocor. And if there's a Napocor representative here, perhaps they can enlighten the committee. Around 20 billion pesos per year is being spent on these missionary electrification subsidies. So, as I said, one option is no subsidies and everybody charged true cost, which would result in electric co-op rates going up to 20 to 30 pesos per kilowatt hour in off-grid areas. But our claim, which we can stand by, is that in any place where we are compared against an electric co-op, we must be significantly cheaper than the true cost without subsidies of that co-op in that area. The second way that this can be viable is if we are allowed to serve areas that are small and less viable and other areas that are larger and more viable, and therefore have economies of scale, because the consumption in these rural areas is too small to make a standalone system truly viable without subsidies. And the third option is the government continues to subsidize it, albeit at a lower rate than it is presently being subsidized at 20 billion pesos by Napocor per year.
Thank you, Mr. Leviste. In this House bill, I'd like to read the exact provision. No? Nakalagay dito, distributable power technologies and mini-grid systems to provide electric power to customers and end users in any areas to be determined by the Department of Energy, which shall include unserved areas and underserved areas. So, nakasabi dito, in any areas. Okay, so meaning kahit saan. Including, which shall include unserved and unserved areas. Unserved and underserved areas. Meaning, you're not limited to unserved and underserved areas, but even in areas where there are ample supply, when there is ample supply of power. you can actually come in. Hindi ba ganun yan ang ibig sabihin nun?
To be precise, this is the language provided by the representatives of the House and not us, as this is the amended version of the bill.
Okay, so
Not your language?
I mean, not our proposed language coming from
Not your
us as
so what's
proposed.
your proposed language?
So we leave it to the wisdom of Congress to determine what it is, but just in terms of explaining what is the logic behind this, I'm just getting the background that it was not us that put this forward. However, I think that what was intended in this language is to delegate the authority of determining what areas can and cannot be included by the Department of Energy.
Okay, so here's something that might be a little bit more acceptable and viable. Number one, if you come in and you would like to be helping areas that are unserved and underserved, I think that we need to take out a particular provision in any areas. Kasi magkakagulo tayo dyan kasi kahit saan. Number two, is the Department of Energy present here today? Okay. How do you define underserved? I mean, unserved, clearly, walang kuryente yon, di ba? Pero yung underserved, ano yon? Sino ang underserved? Bigyan mo nga ako ng halimbawa ng mga lugar na underserved. Siguro yung binanggit sa atin kanina ni SK ba? Sanggunian ka ba? Sir, what's your name again?
Jeffrey Huertas po, SB Secretary po ng Paluan.
SB. Okay. Okay, so, paano kaya itong DOE? Anong definition ninyo? Anong criteria?
Good
Ano
afternoon.
yung definition criteria? Good afternoon.
Thank you
Your
very
name.
much. Well, let me first emphasize that under the bill, the Department of Energy is tasked to come out with an IRR where DOE will define what is unserved and underserved.
Can I just tell you what the problem is there? If you come up with an IRR, that means the law's already been passed. Diba? So, we're not going to pass this unless we have a clear definition that we will put in the franchise agreement.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
is an
Yes, ma'am.
unserved,
We have initially started
underserved
the process actually, and
so you just started the process,
unserved-
but you have nothing to submit to
Now,
them.
we have submitted this concept already to the Office of the President, and that's the take-off point of these unserved and underserved areas. Let me start by saying that policy-wise, the DOE is mandated to implement the total electrification. And in the years passed, and this total electrification has not been achieved. And we know that there are unserved means there are no electric distribution utilities or electric cooperatives serving these areas. And underserved generally means there should be quality 24/7 supply of electricity.
Okay. Sir, yung sa inyo, underserved yon, di ba? Ano bang pangalan uli ng cooperative doon?
Occidental Mindoro Electric Cooperative.
Nandito ba sila? Paimbita nga natin yun, Secretariat, actually, let's request the committee of Senator Gatchalian, who will be hearing, as our subcommittee for this, who will be hearing this. Let's invite that cooperative because sila yung merong prangkisa dyan, di ba? Tapos hindi nila, namimili sila ng customer, ganun ba yun? Sir?
Honorable Chairman, ganito po kasi, nung wala pa po yung solar para sa bayan sa amin, at nung nung sinabihan na rin po kami ng NAPOCOR na December 2016, hindi na kami sa supplyan ng kuryente. Kasi po, ang setup ng Paluan, bumibili po ang LGU ng Paluan sa NAPOCOR ng kuryente. Bakit po nagkaganon? Kasi ang una pong nangyari diyan, nag-loan po ang Paluan ng sariling generator para lang po magkaroon kami ng 1-2 oras na kuryente sa isang araw hanggang naging 8 oras po. Pero kami po ay nasa prangkisa, under po kami ng franchise area ng Omeco. Nung umalis na po si Napocor sa amin sa pagsusupply ng kuryente, lumapit po ang aming punong bayan sa Omeco, pero ang naging katwiran daw po nga sa kanya ay malayo kami sa grid at kakaunti po ang household. Then, saka dumating po ang solar para sa bayan sa amin and took the risk for us. Now that we have solar para sa bayan, nagawa po sila ng isang resolusyon na ang gusto po nila ay kami ay manatili sa prangkisa nila. Noong panahon na kailangan namin sila bilang electric cooperative na dapat ay nagseserbisyo sa amin, hindi nila kami kinalinga.
Paano may linya na ngayon?
Yun
Kaya
na nga
gusto
po.
na hindi naman tama yun. Sino ba nagbibigay ng penalties dito sa mga cooperatives na hindi tumutugon sa serbisyo? DOE ba? ERC? Kayo ba? So do you evaluate the performance of cooperatives?
For the performance, Your Honor, by the way, Your Honor, I'm Attorney Grego Falsa from the ERC. For the management and operation of the cooperative, Your Honor, it is, I think, the National Electrification Administration who has the jurisdiction.
NECA?
NEA, ma'am.
NEA?
But as
Okay.
far as the regulation on the rates,
Nandito ba yung NEA?
no, ma'am. It's a separate government agency under the.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. They have. I
NEA's
think,
here? No, they're not here. Okay.
we have one representative from NEA, Your Honor.
Well, speak up. Where are you?
Chair, from NEA, but I've already retired.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Retired na po ako.
I thought.
Nambintang ka pa pala na hindi naman pala retired.
I cannot buy
Oo.
NEA as of the moment, but Pilreca has sought my assistance also.
Wag na. Meron na siyang, clearly on a particular side already. If the esteemed minority leader will agree, I think we'll just have to suspend for this particular, and then we will attend we can look at the findings also of the Committee on Energy, and then we will decide on our. You want that? Okay. So, in the case of Solar para sa Bayan, so you're raising your hands. Yes, sir. Philippine
Good afternoon.
Competition.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Jolon. Without necessarily posing an objection to the bill, the Competition Commission would like to reserve its right to submit a definite position in this bill. We understand that the Committee on Energy would be meeting on Monday to discuss this pending measure. PCC would submit its findings during the said meeting, and we would gladly furnish the Honorable Committee of our findings as well. Thank you,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
noted.
Your Honor.
Sir?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Francis Antonio. I'm representing Morocco. Unfortunately, we would have to ask for our original representative, Attorney Valles, had to attend an urgent meeting. Nonetheless, Your Honor, we've submitted our position paper, our legal opinion on this. We have also with us today, Your Honor, our counsel from CSIP, Salazar, Hernandez, and Gatmaytan. With the permission of this Honorable Chair, may we be allowed to say a short
Sure.
message
What
on
is-
the validity and legality, actually, of the House bill.
Senator Jolon?
Yeah, may I suggest, there are so many position papers, we are not even, we do not know the contents. Anyway, the chair has intimated to me that after the Monday hearing for the Committee on Energy, another hearing will be called by the Committee on Franchises. May I request, Madam Chair, that all of those who have anything to say on this front, Pilreca, etc., submit their position papers so that we can prepare for the hearing, we can study it, so that we can ask sensible questions
Yes.
when in the next hearing.
So can you give us
Otherwise,
just- yeah.
nangangapa tayo lahat dito.
So, short lang.
Can I ask Attorney Emmanuel Lombon to elaborate on the
Like how long?
5 minutes? 5 minutes, Your Honor.
So,
2 minutes. Please go ahead. Pakinggan lang natin sa mga
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. We had a prepared statement, but because of the 2 minutes, I will just summarize. We support fully the full electrification of the country and the endeavors of entities such as solar companies to help in the effort. Our principal concern, obviously as a law firm asked to opine on the situation, is upon having read House Bill 8179, we have found that there are several serious constitutional infirmities in it, as the chair herself has noticed. And principal among those infirmities are the quite clear class legislation that denies equal protection of the laws in favor of a special class of one. And that special class of one is constituted only by solar ng bayan, which is given under what is essentially, for lack of a better term, a mega franchise that invests it with superpowers and super benefits that are denied to all similarly placed parties. And under our constitution, that type of discrimination is disallowed as being fundamentally an exercise in class legislation and a failure to provide equal protection to the laws. So bottom line, Madam Chair, just for a clarification of why these infirmities are there, you have heard the proponent suggest to your very prescient question as to how they will assure their survival, suggest that they really cannot survive going only to these frontier jurisdictions. They mean to survive by taking over served jurisdictions. And that is why there is that intent in that clause to give them overall ability unhindered at the discretion of the DOE, which is not limited by any legislative standards, to just decide where they can go. And really, there has been a candid admission here that they need to go to the commercial areas where they can compete with established entities in order to be able to themselves subsidize their solar activities in the frontier towns. And this leads to the unequal treatment that is being given to the proponent because they're able to do that only by getting the mega franchise definitions of the entire Philippines, by getting the superpower definitions that will give them the ability to go into production, generation, transmission and distribution, and go across the segregated industry lines required by the EPIRA.
Attorney, I think I understand your point, and in fact, if we, there are 2 points here also. As Mr. Levista said, it's not exclusive. So actually, you guys can also apply later on for like a solar franchise, but it might make it a little too muddled. I mean, too busy already with all the different players, but it might be good for competition. So clearly, we need another time to discuss this. But your points are taken because please submit to us all of the points that you think are in violation of current laws or current agreements, because we certainly don't want to change the rules in the middle of the game for like some of the franchise holders. But we also want to accept, and I actually commend you, Lian, for doing this, because there are clearly a lot of areas in the country that will need this kind of technology, and I really appreciate and admire your enthusiasm and your passion. You've actually taken after your mom, who's conscious about the environment. So thank you for doing that. Just remain strong. You're up for a lot of competition. Okay, with the permission of our minority leader, can we proceed with the other franchises now?
Certainly, ma'am. We can finish our agenda.
Okay.
So we can suspend this first.
We'll suspend first yours for the Solar ng Bayan, and then we will continue with the other. Are you talking about Solar ng Bayan or not?
Madam Chair, I will not ask for more time. Maybe even 30 seconds to 1 minute because I may not have the chance again. I'm from Mindanao.
Who are you, sir?
I'm Carlo Alcano of Mindanao Chapter for Solar Energy Association of the Philippines, and I'm here speaking in behalf of the Mindanaoans.
Okay. What do you want?
Okay, thank you very much. I am hoping that I will be present on the next hearing, but let me grab this opportunity, Madam and Senator Drilon, for you to consider this kind of franchises because I came from Mindanao. I grew up in Mindanao, and I was born in Mindanao, and right now I'm still living in Mindanao. And in the whole Philippines, Mindanao has the most number of Filipinos which are still unelectrified, and I belong to one of those underserved areas. I'm from Davao Oriental. Ang kuryente po namin doon, madam, sa Davao Oriental, pagdating po ng gabi nagpi-flicker na parang firefly, kahit LED bulb. At may electric co-op po kami doon.
Lumipat ka sa Iloilo, ganun din.
Marami pong ganun, Senator. That is why kami po, kanina po habang nakikinig ako sa Sir Jeff Huertas, how I wish I can experience the same. And also my fellow Mindanaoans, those kind of services that we have been longing for so long. Over 12 million Filipinos out of 20 million na walang kuryente sa Pilipinas as per DOE is nasa Mindanao po. At parati kaming napag-iiwanan kasi wala kami sa grid. At ito po ang pinaka-solusyon. We are composed of 7,107 islands, and having grid to connect all these islands is not the only solution. This mini-grid solution coming from this bold and noble person here should be done in the entire country, and this is one way of doing it. Bakit po natin haharangan kung makaka-achieve po siya ng 100% electrification, kung nalugi naman siya, and controlled by DOE ang area, and ERC regulated ang presyo, bakit po natin pipigilan? I would really agree na sundin natin ang batas at sundin natin ang guidelines, pero sana po mandaliin natin because hindi po conducive sa learning ang mga paaralan na walang kuryente na napakarami po sa amin. Hindi po conducive ang bahay. Can you imagine your house, Madam Chair, without electricity? But we have so many fellow Filipinos in Mindanao na hindi pa po nakakita ng isang bumbilyang umiilaw.
Alam mo, what's ironic is Mindanao supposedly has a surplus of power production. Diba? Pero yung problema, generation, yung grid.
Yes po.
Yung distribution.
Kaya pinakamarami po kami walang kuryente.
Hindi.
Thank you po.
Alam mo, hindi naman natin pipigilin to. Okay? Ang gusto lang natin dito, ma-define yung areas na underserved at maparusahan din yung mga hindi gumagawa ng kanilang serbisyo. Okay, so go on. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, sir. We have to go to the next already. You can still attend on Monday if you would like, kay Senator Gatchalian. Sir, I'm so sorry. Okay, next we have Magnum Air or Skyjet under House Bill number 6317. Magnum Air. This is the second time you're here na, no?
Yes, for Magnum Air Skyjet. I'm Patrick Tan, the CEO. This is actually our third hearing before this committee, and so far we believe that we have submitted all information. And
correct, and I agree. And also, you serve just for the information of Senator Drilon. What areas do you fly to? Mga Camiguin, di ba? Mga mahihirap
na lugar? Yes, for the information of Senator Drilon, Skyjet is a boutique airline. We were founded in 2012. We serve underserved prime resort destinations right now. We fly the most seats per week from Manila direct to Batanes, Siargao, Busuanga, Coron. And then additionally, we fly to Caticlan. We operate 90-seat 4-engine jets made in the UK, British Aerospace BAE 146, and we're here to answer any further.
How old are your planes, Mr. Tan?
Our aircraft are average about 20 years old.
But you have the appropriate insurance, iba lahat naman yan.
Yes, we're fully insured according to
20 years old. Anong
younger than, or Cherish, younger than your planes.
I think we're also under oath.
Yes,
no, but what company? What
our aircraft are among the best suited for these runways. They were, in fact, the aircraft type was specifically designed to operate out of London City Airport, which is a short airport in the middle of London.
Oh, so that's good.
And it's the only aircraft. I mean, for about 15 years of of its
So you're
existence. It was
profitable
the only
naman.
one, yes.
No, it's okay, sir. You're profitable?
Yes, we're profitable. We posted a gross profit for 2017 of 140 million pesos.
Do you have a certificate from the BIR that you can present?
We have a certificate. I'm actually carrying the original tax clearance certificate from
Very
BIR.
good. SEC, any problems with Magnum?
Your Honor, although it has been issued a certificate of good standing dated January 24, 2018, subsequently our CRMD has assessed that it is being required to submit an affidavit of intracorporate dispute in relation to its 2014 GIS. And it has been assessed a penalty of 5,000 for late filing of 2017 audited financial statement.
No, but now they're current. Everything has been settled.
We recommend that they settle the penalties or the requirements mentioned with our CRMD.
So it's easily fixed?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. As soon
So
as
we
they
will just
submit.
wait for that. Sino pa ba dito? Wala na, no? Sir, kayo na.
There are certain requirements that from the SEC which the applicant must comply with.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I don't know if you already put it on record, but what are these requirements?
We have also submitted it in our January 14 position paper. The requirements are, it must submit an affidavit of intracorporate dispute in relation to its 2014 GIS, and it must also pay a 5,000 peso penalty for late filing of its 2017 audited financial statements.
Okay. Huh? Late filing lang. So, can this be settled quickly?
Yes, it can be settled right away, sir.
Sige, so it should be no problems. The compliance with this requirement should pose no problem.
Very fast, within next week. Sir.
Okay.
But kasi before you came
Within
here.
tomorrow even.
And tomorrow.
Very good.
Okay. So pending that, pending the requirements that you need to fulfill with the SEC, we will recommend the approval of the franchise. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chairman.
All right. Thank you too. Next is the last. Audiovisual Communicators Incorporated under House Bill number 8786.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I am Luis Mari Barrero. I am the president of Audiovisual Communicators Incorporated. We operate one Metro Manila station, which is Monster RX 93.1, and 4 provincial radio stations, all FM stations. We are applying for a renewal of our franchise, Madam Chair.
How long have you been? So, from the very beginning, 25 years ago, you had the same owner?
Yes, Madam Chair. As a matter of fact, I was at that hearing 25 years ago.
Wow, you don't look that old.
I was only 10 years old. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. No, but I was there, seriously, Madam Chair.
What's the line of business that requires the grant of the franchise?
The line of business is broadcast.
Broadcast.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've been in...
Monster RX 93.1. Yes.
Okay.
You play a lot of OPMs?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we do. We support independent music, and we play. We encourage them to submit the bands, performers.
How many
Filipinos.
employees do you have?
We have about 40 regular employees.
40?
Yes, madam.
Do you have interns now?
I think we have one.
Oh, dagdagan niyo naman yan, ha?
Madam Chair, gusto po namin yun. We encourage them and we ask them to submit their resumes.
And pay them?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Now, how much did you make last year?
Oh, our gross, we have submitted it already. We have, what I have here is the 2017 figures, our gross profit is 123,666,000, and
Your net.
our retained earnings is 18.8 million.
Wow. Okay, do you have a copy of your BIR compliance certificate?
Madam Chair, we were just recently audited by the BIR, and it was finished at the end of December. We have already requested the BIR for the certificate of compliance.
So, pending that,
Pending that, we have no problem
Yeah,
if this
pending that, we have no problem.
franchise is submitted for consideration
For
by
consideration.
the plenary, and we'll just awaiting, of course, the compliance with this requirement, because when the chairman sponsors a franchise, this will be asked. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so do it as soon as possible, because our session's only until February 12, and we still have to submit the committee report for the recommendation.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will submit them ASAP.
All right.
Thank you.
Very productive committee work
Okay.
for the last
It's so-
6 hours.
I know you can last double this time. Our very hardworking minority leader can outlast us all, because he really watches every single bill that passes through plenary. All LTO bills in today's hearings are deemed submitted, subject to documents heeded by the committee. All franchise applicants, please settle your obligations with SEC and taxes if needed. BCDA and Solar's discussions are suspended. And for the rest of you that we already mentioned, will be recommended for approval. Congratulations. Again, thank you so much for your presence. This session is adjourned.